Fighting gold.
Yeah, that's the exact lyrics, bro.
So are we on arc 3?
Or
like, are we on post 2?
We're technically arc 3 has begun. It doesn't have like a title or anything, but arc 3 has begun, whatever it is.
Arc 3.
Oh shit! What the
Number
fuck?
3.
Number 3.
Bro, why is everyone with number 3, bro? We got Taiga over here, number 3. We got Zero's Master, number 3. Weird stuff, bro.
We got hot Cheetos, number 3 snack worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but doesn't each intro have like the cutscenes to show what goes on in the arc? So what happens this arc?
They would have seen it. You guys have. The viewers have.
We're acting.
Yeah.
So.
It hasn't been published.
So.
It's raining.
Do we not have the scripts?
When we last left off, well, yes.
Wait, Logan's not here.
Oh, you're right. Oh, Logan.
What is he doing, bro? Negative inspiration. Disadvantage on every roll.
I clapped at him. Let him know.
Hurry up!
So,
Oh, Logan.
where we last left off, ladies and gentlemen, Discordia. After freshly defeating the Chameleon, you guys made your way back to the Lovekeep Inn. Got in contact with Kakku Beaumont. He told you to meet up with who would you find to be Glint Frostma in front of the fountain in the schoolyard of the Luminary Academy of Magical Mastery. From there, you guys made your way into the council room with the full council and gave some of your information. Daelynn talking about the crystals he found, you guys talking about the chameleon that you just killed, and your tales of going back to the Black Hand base. And everything was okay. And they relayed some information, told you about a couple of things, city that fell out of the sky, things about wish embers, Archdruid looking after the flower ember was then taken and sent across the seas. As well, they said that there is a wish ember underneath the castle, helping to power the city. Then Arthur mentioned Esmeralda, and things got a little bit heated, especially with one Master of War, Reginald Stormfist.
Master of War.
But nonetheless, you guys were asked to leave after Kakku scryed on Esmeralda and found both a black dragon and her running atop it. And Kakku said he had to handle it. But nonetheless, you guys seemingly might have an ally in Kakku and or Glint Frostma. And you guys left with the Queen, mentioning to Daelynn that you're you are your company, and you know, but with a cool breeze to kind of remind you, like, she's not, you know, malicious. She's just sort of there. But as you guys continue to go forward, Zero, while he spoke up to Arthur the Queen, got his head bashed in by Emmerich Born, which turned him to a weird different form of himself. Covfeyeth also, upon leaving, was going to leave to go and help his sister before Zero called him some derogatory terms I think he didn't like. Came back to figure it out. Long story short, Zero's head was bashed off the concrete once again, and he I lost my train of thought. Sorry. He spoke how there's certain different personalities to the man that you know as Zero, and the current iteration is Smart Zero. You guys were led to a sandwich bar deli after some conflict, talking to Arthur, Morgan, and the sort. You guys went behind to a secret underground base of an organization that was revealed to be the organization that Daelynn was looking for, one that Zero's a part of, the Zama. And alone in this underground base, sitting at a table with a large, foot-long sandwich, cut in half, some bites taken out of it, it's a woman who is in story info. Armor, long, grayish-white hair, large claymore sheathed on the back, a Jean Regalia, also known as the Oracle, number 5, and worshipper of the forgotten deity Equus, the god of truth. So we pick back up with you guys still around here after freshly checking Daelynn's seemingly immovable scar, as she says, "You qualify for the Zama."
What exactly does that mean? What are the Zama?
Well, I can't necessarily say that I can tell you everything right here, right now, because that is outside of my jurisdiction. Looks side-eye Zero. I don't go against the code. But with what I can tell you, Mr. Daelynn, I believe. So
Yes.
the Zama are chosen individuals. They are, there's 3 selective methods towards, getting within the Zama. Number 1 is to be brought back from the brink of death by a deity from above. Another is to survive an event known as the Reckoning. The Reckoning is, you were chosen by God, but you need to be tested. So depending on said God, these what can only be described as spirits of said gods are sent after you to hunt you. If you succeed, you are given a mark. Then there's the third way, which is the most unlikely, but that would be to be a fate touched. Fate touched is within the world itself. The threads of fate and destiny sort of form their own path. But every now and then, there is an individual who fate sort of gravitates toward. Events, both good and bad, tend to happen around said individuals. And in certain cases, the gods notice these individuals and handpick them. Me, I am a recipient of number 2. I was about a year ago. I was attacked by these faceless angels. No mouth, no nose, yet 3 eyes upon the face. But 4 of them, and after battle, of course I was victorious. But some of my marks no longer healed, as well as there's currently one upon my back. Though within the Zama you're not to show your mark, or bad things could happen. Of course, that is once it is fully developed and a certain oath is met. Of course, once I blacked out from all the pain, he was there. Equus himself. In a beautiful white room. He took my hand. I haven't looked back since. I am his knight. I am his assassin. I am his chosen. One of.
So then most receive either 1 or 2 of the entries. Sorry, I'm just trying to run it back because I can't remember exactly. Did I already explain what happened to me?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
loosely.
Okay. when I was on the brink of death, I did not see my god. I experienced something that only could be achieved, I imagine, through Kinnear. It was like being in a void of nothing and everything. It felt like, when it was done, it felt like hours, days, maybe even weeks had passed, but it was seconds. And both at the same time. I don't really know how to describe it. It's never experienced anything like it since. But she told me I owed her. She said exactly. I was saved, and she said something else. I have given, and I must take. I am owed your worth.
You're in some high waters, friend. Kinnear, I don't know much about her, but it seems like she's quite the, riddler. Trickster,
Yes.
if you will. Doesn't want to tell you straight up. That's the difference between her and Ekus. Tells me how it is. But, from my investigation, from what I can tell, it appears that there's a debt that needs to be paid. There's a threshold that needs to be crossed. Chosen is an interesting term because, yes, on surface level, it can be shown as you were chosen by God. But in order to be chosen, usually there has to be a mission at hand that you were chosen for. We don't just sit up in the clouds and play dragon chess with them. They have a mission. Some are very baseline of deliver their divine quest. And others, like yours, perhaps there is a specific action that needs to be met.
Yes. I've been searching for years. I'm qualified for the Zama, you said.
Yes, you are, yes. It is, the Zama itself is an organization that expands further than the main notion of it, which is the 25 of us being assassins of the gods. God's knights, if you will. Sorry. But that is as far as I can give you. What I can tell you, before there were 25, there were 35. The assassins itself have never gone past that. But after 2 years ago with what is only being described as the Saber incident, the numbers were diminished. And only recently have we reached back to 25. That being with 0 as the newest. Now, I can't really tell, but you don't seem to have enough loss within your eyes. There's still too much light behind them. So I don't know if the life of an assassin is fit for you.
I had never killed anyone until recently. I'm no assassin.
Look, the best that I can tell you. Our main base of operation is not here. Not down here. It's within Helzar. Sitting on the... near the bottom of the Grey Spine. That is where our leader is. That is where a lot of us convene. information past the assassin's group. Perhaps that is where you could go. Now, unfortunately, I cannot tell you the man you're looking for. In case, what best I can tell you is that is the location. But if you wished to go ever, you'd find information. They'd probably find you. I will send word of a elf, half-elf man.
How diverse are you? If you don't mind me asking.
As far as racial? Or
Yes.
the gods don't judge. At least not based on their race. The expanse is quite large as far as race.
Tell me, what god it was you serve again?
I serve the god of truth. I serve the beacon, Equus.
Does that mean that if anyone asked you, you only speak truth?
That is correct.
So if I were to tell you this, would you tell anyone else? That would mean ill to me?
That would mean ill to you.
Wish harm.
I don't know the path that you will take, but as of this current moment, no. Though if I am to be ill will towards you in the future, then I guess I would have to say that I will.
Well, I don't
Daelynn,
see.
be careful.
I will not push you to do what you don't want to. The secrets behind you or your face does not matter to me.
For now, I'm half-elf.
Very well. Nonetheless, I will tell them that there is a half-elven man with a group of peculiar individuals who searches for the truth. And I am sure that they will find you before you find them. But that information is the information of Helzar, and I could lose my head. And if it wasn't for, looks to 0, this man's old man being number 3, I would probably, he would probably lose his head in front of you all right here, right now. For me and my claymore. Gestures to the large blade behind her. Picks up her sandwich.
I have a question actually. Since you know so much about the Chosen, you said that usually if you're chosen you have a mission or a task that you have to complete, such as maybe like Daelynn. But what happens after that? Once you complete the task?
Upon your death, instead of meeting the gaze of Kayne, you meet theirs. And you are forever their knight. If you wish to do as they please. If you... they are your god, there's a symbiotic relationship. They give you power, they give you truth, they give you knowledge, they give you life. You give back just a little bit. Equivalent exchange. Why you ask?
I was just curious is all.
That is the case. You do not lose purpose once you complete a mission. There are some certain missions, like mine, that will not end until I pass. But there are certain situations where the gods need someone on the material plane, or whatever plane, to do their deed for them.
If I may ask, you said that we should hide the scar.
Yours is still but a baby.
So is it dangerous for it to be seen then?
It can be. Just, as of now, and it being seen won't bring harm to you. But the ramifications of it being seen to your physical body could be catastrophic to both of you or the people around.
Do you mean to say it can harm myself, or that others would harm us because of its existence?
Others probably wouldn't harm you. To the naked eye, it is but a scar upon the flesh. But if someone not within the Zama sees a scar, and you are a part of the Zama, and you take that oath, there is a, let's call it a failsafe, upon the naked eye that lingers.
I see.
Though, again, your scar is very young. Odd that it seems to be developing. That is a new one. Usually it sort of appears like a scar that won't heal properly. But even now, it feels different.
Well, thank you for providing answers I've been seeking for 2 years now.
Very well.
Excuse my interjection.
Of
You
course.
said there were three ways to become a chosen.
That is correct. No, there are 3 ways to join the Zama. That could lead
What does
to
being fate touched to mean?
to be fate touched as
What qualifies?
well, fate touched is something that is adapted at birth. To be fate touched means that the threads of destiny, that fate itself, attracts to you like metal to a magnet. That events tend to happen more often around. Good, bad, evil, benevolent. But nonetheless, the events tend to focus upon oneself. And it's not something that can be changed or adapted. You either are or you aren't. Yes. But there's no way to tell. I'll be right back.
Been
Where's she
summoned
going?
by the mother.
She's leaving.
That was good.
Hi.
Hello, recording.
W sash.
Hello.
Be sure to
And
like and subscribe. Hit that
do
notification
the,
bell for more content like this. Be sure to dislike.
So. So.
Anything?
Yes. Anything else? Sir?
No.
Fate touched. Yes, there are many ways to be chosen. Just flat out right. But in order to be chosen in the way that you gain a scar for it, a physical mark. This sort of
What qualifies a physical mark? It never goes away.
That is correct. It also has sort of a divine radiance to it.
If I may ask as well, will this grow then? I know you said that you've never seen it before, but
It, in the nature that you got it far, far after your death and rebirth, I can only ascertain that it might, especially if it came after you tried to force chronomancy, time from your god, and it seemed to have some sort of backfire here. I can only imagine that your threshold is being pushed. Or your gift is being granted. Slowly.
see.
What was that thing you said? Time takes and gives?
Time takes and time gives.
I wonder if that mark is a symbol of taking or giving.
I wonder.
Nonetheless, it seems that you are at least within the qualifications of joining our ranks, or at the very least, being in contact with us.
Can I, just in general, kind of throughout this conversation, can I roll an insight to see if I can tell, like, intentions of... I know she said she's being truthful, but, like, can I ascertain how I feel about that? What
Sure.
I'm seeing?
Roll an insight check.
Let me see. 19.
19. So throughout this conversation,
You just call or no?
throughout this conversation, you've been able to sort of interject into certain conversations and tell when someone's trying to withhold information or trying to put a guard up, like I should say. With this conversation, with every word that comes out of her mouth, it's odd. It's almost like each word travels into your mind freely. Like you don't even have to think about, malevolent intent, or if anything she's telling you is sort of on the brink of not being true or not. The mere presence of her feels very similar to when you're being in a circle of truth.
So, like, the absence of doubt.
Correct.
See.
No wavering eye, no tapping of the leg, eye contact.
Okay.
So, I have to ask. Zero, how did you end up with this situation, this group?
Well, they helped protect me for a really long time. And they just didn't trust me. I felt it would be right.
Very well. And I will ask the rest of you. Can you trust him?
I'll say, and I'll have Daelynn walk up to Zero, because I'm just kind of picturing it like Daelynn's like standing kind of facing Lady. Zero's kind of standing next to Lady.
Yes. Jean Regalia.
Jean Regalia. Okay, so I'm going to say Daelynn will walk up and kind of like get kind of close, put his hand on Zero's shoulder and say, Zero, you have given me the answers I've been seeking, and you didn't even mean to, and you brought us here at the risk of, it seems, your life. I trust you.
Thank you.
Step away.
The rest of you? I don't care if it's not the answer that you think everyone wants to hear, but I'd like the truth.
More so now than before.
I'm
Yeah.
thankful that he's being open.
I'm glad you finally showed your colors, Zero.
Taiga is stroking his beard. Trust is built with consistency. And, he has been somewhat consistent. I'll give him that.
Seems you still have a way to go, Zero.
Zero go. Slough weight off my chest.
Well, you guys best be going now. Unless there's anything else you'd wish to put upon my shoulders. I have to relay this information.
Is there anything else here for us to look at?
You talking to me?
Zero or you?
My answer will always be no. This is still not your place to be. We're not at a museum. Go on.
One
Probably.
question. Where did you get that sword?
Puts it in her lap. This one. Why?
I'll pull mine off my back and put it in my hands just like hers.
This is the soothsayer. I was led to her maybe 6 months ago. And you watch the blade is sort of this large silvered blade with sort of a bunch of these light blue glowing runes on it. She says, "This is a divine relic. She's beautiful, yet she's still not exalted. So I still have much more to learn with her. I found her within a deep cave within the Grey Spine.
How did you know where to look?
I asked Akus. He led me.
I like it.
I like her too. Yours is pretty impressive.
Thank you. Not quite so as yours.
Not yet. I'm sure you'll find some upgrades.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
What's your name?
Arthur.
Nice to meet another knight.
Romance option.
Alright. Get out.
Yes. Thank you again. Daelynn will start kind of
Daelynn,
shuffle. Yeah.
the path of the Zama is not an easy one to walk. You will walk through plenty and plenty of thorns. But the other side is pretty beautiful. Pass through the thorns for the roses, I guess. Be going.
If I may.
Yes.
Zero
One more thing.
broke something. Broke the rules with showing this to us.
Mm-hmm.
What will happen to us when we leave this place? Will we be followed? Will we be watched by the Zama?
For a little bit, it's possible. Zero will not get the full wrath of his choice. He will be demoted a little bit. However, it is the price that he will have to pay. He committed a crime today. Again, that his blood is not spilt upon this wooden floor. It's beyond me.
Like it looks at Zero. Well, he must better keep a lookout.
Yes, he should.
Watch yourself.
Anyone else? Alright. The door. And tell that bird he's gonna hear from me too for letting you in.
Thank you, number 5.
Of course, number 22. Little smile creeps across her face. Go on. You'll just have to earn it back. And back up the stairs to the door. And you go out in the room, switches back to that kitchen. Back to the other side. And the black Aerocopter that was serving you guys the sandwiches says, "So how'd it go?"
You're gonna hear from number 5 at the least.
Oh, I figured. Well,
But thank you.
whatever. Go on. Anything for the road? Anything to eat?
Can I
Oh,
get a
actually,
grilled cheese to
over
go?
Sure.
Oh, I would love a grilled cheese to go as well, my Kakura.
Okay. He goes, my cockroach. He goes and he
Yeah.
puts two together.
Could you give me an extra as well?
Goes and makes another one. Folds it.
They're really tasty.
Folds
Delicacy.
it in some tissue. Passes a stack of 3. There you go.
Yes.
They were already
I
made?
shall,
We going after some
I
time goes by. 5 minutes goes by. They make them.
I shall keep this for now to study this, to make my own grilled cheese in the near future.
Oh, and I don't want this. And I'll put the hunk of meat he gave me back onto the counter.
I'll take it. I'll grab it.
Wait, wait. What did you order?
Meat.
He ordered meat. Remember from last session?
He gave me a block of meat.
He gave
He's
that
like-
like
He's like, what did you want? Meat.
Before you set it down on the counter, I'll just be like, Arthur, I'll take it.
He won't look at you and he'll walk away.
Grab it and just.
Well, I appreciate people who love my craft. Have a good rest. Have a good rest of your day.
It was wonderful. Thank you.
Oh boy. All right. If anyone asks, send them my way. All right, you make your way out.
Yep.
Is it raining?
It is actually. You go outside,
Sounds like it.
and
Is there
it's
like an awning?
there's no awning when you go outside. So you go outside in the rain. It's not like pouring heavily. It's like it's a little more than like a light shower. The sky is
Fauna will
gray.
put up the hood of the green cloak.
Yeah, Taiga just puts this there as well.
I'm already
Yeah.
up.
It's almost like sort of like if you're inside, it'd be like cozy weather, but you're currently on the first level of these spires. But nonetheless, it's about 4:30 in the afternoon. What would you like to do?
Let's say as we exit, and like everyone's walked out, Daelynn will have stopped and turn and say, I think we need to go back to the Love Keep Inn for a moment. Talk about everything.
Where's Morgan?
Right here.
She eating something?
She's in there.
This is pretty good.
Would she come with us inside?
Oh, okay.
His silent background, dude.
I'm not going to say I'm not chosen.
Just watch it. I think we should all go and speak about everything. There's been a lot that's happened.
Okay.
We should hurry outside the rain.
I'm gonna go see how the development of the Kayne Temple is. And if there's
Arthur.
any followers here.
If I could ask, could you do that after the meeting? We should all speak. It won't take long.
Sure.
Man, these are some good sandwiches.
They were very
You telling me, Morgan?
But nonetheless, yes, make your way.
W. Morgan.
As we're walking, I would like to go up to Daelynn.
Daelynn,
Yes.
can I,
She kind of like gestures her hand over to your arm where the thing was.
can I see it?
I'll say, Daelynn will like go to do it and then like take a second, look back where they came from, and then show you.
She'll like take his arm and like kind of brush like her hand across the scar.
If you change your form, it stays?
I'm gonna look around. Is anyone nearby?
Yeah. It's about 40 or so people walking around you.
I'll just I'll get close and see. I'll have
Come
to
to morning.
check. Somewhere less public.
Because will that affect I don't know, your ability to hide from people?
She'll take her hands off.
It would. I mean, it's an identifying mark. I've been lucky enough to not get scarred. To be honest, I'm gonna ask you, Brandon. Would I know what happens to a changeling who is like scarred? Does it show up always?
Yeah, it definitely. And it is something that is inflicted on the body and can't be changed. Otherwise, so it stays with all forms.
I know that if we're damaged, you can't change what's already been done. Something about it, it just stays. I'm guessing this is the same, but we'll see.
Okay.
She'll just keep walking. She'll kind of hold herself as the rain is coming down.
And walking underneath a lot of these platforms that make the upper level, does build. Did you guys go down or did you stay on the cross bridges? What do you think?
I think we would have went down because
think
what
we
we
would've
in
went
is
down.
on the
That
ground
makes
floor.
sense.
So.
Yeah. So a lot of the
Springing.
sort of the paths above shield a lot of the rain. For the most part, if you stick to like the side, you kind of only get hit with rain for like a couple seconds before you run to the next area. But nonetheless, with time, you make yourself way back to the large hotel-like spire with the large bubble.
Are
letters
there
of love
are there
to them.
people using magic to like shield themselves from the rain, or does that not happen a lot? Is there just a lot of common people?
No, that's just.
I don't
a lot
know
of
how
people-
many. I don't know how many magicians or wizards are here in the
City of
arcane,
Magic.
the city of magic. You know, people walking around like.
No, I mean, you could probably guess from some of their outfits that some of them could be wizards or like from the school or anything or something like that.
Or people
But-
like holding books above their heads.
Yeah, but even like that, people are just some people kind of just hands in their pockets, kind of just hand over their hand. They're not like, they're normal people. They're not
No
they're not-
umbrellas.
There's some umbrellas, yeah. There are some people that are kind of just like they seem like they took their jacket off, their jackets over their head.
Okay.
Some of them
Some
sort of have-
workers.
some workers. Actually, some workers are kind of just. There's still some people working on some things. They're just getting hit with it, full front. But.
Okay, so
yeah.
not very different than any other city here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's no magical bubble that stops the rain coming in. Always daylight.
But yes, you guys make your way back to the Lucky Event. As you see the large bubble letters.
We enter. Did we enter? You said it. Right. Okay. I want to look at the like the seating area, the same seat that we sat at before, and see like is there anybody around it? It's kind of populated.
The building is packed more than usual because of the rain. People just come in and sit down and things. The table you had is full right now with about looks like a family of 5, 3 kids and a wife and husband. About
Kill them all.
About 2 tables down, there's a table space, another table space, and then there's another table, like booth, that's empty.
Daelynn, we have rooms. We could always just go up to one.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
There you go.
Everyone, if you wouldn't mind meeting in me and Arthur's room.
Of course.
Nods and a walk.
Extracurricular activity.
Over to the
It's a group session.
So many room for activities.
the cylinder elevator, glass cylinder elevator. Go in up to the 5th floor, pass down to room 84, where you see the familiar room of you and Arthur, Daelynn.
So Daelynn walks in between like the beds, like that little middle bit, kind of like facing everyone as they all file in.
We walked into their room.
Mm-hmm.
If you did.
Alright.
And just kind of wait for everyone to file in and kind of sit. Stand there like this. And then everyone, as everyone's seated, kind of like look up and everyone and say, "We have some things to speak about."
Quite a lot, I would say.
Where would you like to start?
Arthur,
He'll look at you.
I must say that for the first time since I've known you, I'm frustrated today. I do trust you, Arthur, but your judgment today, This is a good kingdom, led by good people. They're willing to help us. One, if not two of them already are. And it seemed as if though that wasn't enough for you. You can't ask a city to lead, to have all of its leaders go out to fight. I understand the importance of this situation, but you're going to burn the bridge. And not just for you, but for us.
I understand your frustration. However, I won't apologize for trying. The more of the council who goes, the quicker she's eliminated. If she's with Malachi right now, she could be days from becoming a lich. Less
could
than
be.
hours.
We don't know.
The files say that is when they meet up, they have everything they need.
Their
So
letter
I-
says that. Yes.
The files. So
In
I
the-
will not apologize for trying to extinguish a threat before it is a wildfire.
I understand, and I agree with how important something like that is. They're here. My family is close. You don't think I understand the importance?
I think you do.
Being belligerent in front of them because of your frustration isn't going to cause them to change their minds.
I would call it passionate.
Fine. Passionate. Even still,
If they're not going to stand up for the people, somebody needs to.
Arthur, they are. They're coming with us.
Two of them are.
At least Kakku, possibly even
Glint.
oh my
Glint.
God, Glint. I know his name so well, I just forget it then. Glint. It's just. I understand that you feel like they should all come and just resolve the issue as quick as possible, but. And I can't say that I entirely disagree, but it doesn't matter.
It does matter a lot.
Can you try and see where I'm coming from?
I understand we have help, and I thank the people helping. However, the people like the Master of War, most suited to help us in this endeavor, say he will sit there happily, and he sits in joy.
Arthur, if I may, if the Master of War were outside of the city, is the city then not nearly defenseless?
Not if there's 5 members of the council left.
All not suited to leading a war.
I would say there are a lot of council members that are strong enough to defend against any small threat that may happen, while we deal with a multitude of liches.
And how do you know that they could be small?
How do you know it could be big? Is this a
I
game of what
don't.
ifs?
Kind of is.
I didn't know we were talking to you.
I'm just
Arthur,
putting my
we're all
thoughts out
here
there.
right now.
And Daelynn's talking to me.
Moving on.
Not addressing us all.
He said my name, not yours.
Let's not
Both
get
of
let's,
you,
let's not
stop.
get too aggressive or abrasive.
Fine. Arthur, we can talk more later, maybe. And we can speak to Kakku. Get some more information about what's going on. and how they're gonna help us and what we're doing next. The next thing I wanted to speak about, the next person I wanted to speak to is, and just point to Covfeyeth. Covfeyeth,
Now it's your turn.
Arthur, it's your turn to be quiet.
Ooh.
Covfeyeth,
Yes.
kind of like fiddles a little bit at first, just kind of like thinking about where to start, what to say. He says, personally, I don't believe that the ends justify means. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
If I could, from what I've seen, you are more than comfortable with just about any means as long as the ends are alright. Here's the problem. You are willfully violent with members of our party. Today, it was a good thing. And I'll point gesture to Zero. We can speak with Zero and have an intelligent conversation. Great.
It's a
You
miracle.
bounced his head off the concrete and knocked him out. Because he insulted you. Not only that, but you also said that you were willing to kill him.
If he was willing to kill us, then yes.
What indication was that? Because he called you an insect? A bug?
No, because of his everything, his whole demeanor.
He was just asking. He was being annoying at worst.
I agree with Daelynn.
And not
That was
only
too far.
that, Covfeyeth, before, at the temple. Sure, hearing an incredibly loud sound is weird, and you held him up against the wall. Fully. You picked him up. The problem is that for some reason, you are perfectly comfortable being violent, specifically to Zero.
I'm sorry, I have not learned any other way.
Well, I don't understand how it is that you can say you love somebody and then do that. Were you, I don't know, part of an abusive family?
Were you raised by warriors who only know how to fight?
No, I wasn't.
Exactly.
Well, that doesn't mean it's okay, Covfeyeth.
I didn't say that it was okay. I said that's how I was raised, how I
That's-
learned.
Sure, but you didn't apologize for it either.
I'm sorry, Zero.
Yeah.
Zero, are you okay?
Yeah.
Look, I would say that I benefited the most from what happened, but even still, you need to step it down. Maybe we can talk about how to do this, but you just need to stop escalating, Covfeyeth. Sometimes I feel like you rush to the very end of a conflict right at the start. And it scares me, frankly. Because there might be a day that I'm on the other end of that sword that you've pointed at a couple of us now. We're a party. For better or worse, for whatever freaking reason, we're all here. You said you love us, so act like it. Not with violence, but with care, consideration.
My apologies to you all. I will work on it.
Well, thank you for listening at least.
Now, if I might add,
Daelynn sits down. Kind of like.
Morgan will walk
Fauna's
over.
on the bed. Fauna
Yeah,
will,
yeah.
will
Morgan
tap,
get up
will
and
tap
sort of,
over
sort
on
of
the
pat
bed.
on his shoulder, rub his back a little bit. Good job.
When he sits down,
leadership
when he
raise.
sits down, Daelynn or Fauna will be like,
Thank you, Daelynn. That was really good.
Covfeyeth,
Yes, sir.
you were gonna leave to Oliver Stillflower.
Correct.
Ollivander Stillflower, where we learned he has knowledge about gods from Marinara. Wait.
Marinara
Mariana?
sauce.
The show?
What's her name? What's her name? I'm supposed to be smart, and I don't know their name. Oh,
Mariana.
The show.
From Mariana the show.
Marinara sauce.
And you got
Yes.
intel that they might have knowledge of your sister.
Yes.
If it's not rude, I would like to accompany you on your journey.
I'm looking for the word. I would. Can you help me with the word? I would something that not enjoy.
Agree.
Not
Appreciate.
enjoy. Appreciate. That's the word. I would appreciate that.
I would like to know about the gods' intentions, or anything about them as well.
Well, Zero, Covfeyeth, are you still gonna go? I thought Covfeyeth decided to not do that anymore.
I was respecting Zero's wishes to stay with the party until he made a decision.
If I may, I say. Daelynn's like, kind of like. I would rather us not split if possible. If I know, I understand the importance of family, Covfeyeth, and I don't feel comfortable asking you to not seek your sister, and I won't. All I would ask is, I don't know. We don't know what's going on right now. It feels like we don't know where to go or what to do. There's a threat here that's, and then there's also Veldrin and your sister. I don't know what to do. If we
I know
could.
too. All I know is that we have an already split party. Even if we're still together right now. A couple of us are wanting to go different ways, and I do not think that they're changing their minds.
Covfeyeth,
Yes.
could we leave after we deal with the Esmeralda situation south?
We
And
don't
then
know how long that would take.
Well, if I may then, let's use today to figure that out. And then you can make your decision.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
What time is it?
I
5.
came out. Traveled from the. That was also in the life dish.
It was like 4 when we left the deli. You said 4 something.
4:30.
4:30.
4:30.
Yeah, when you guys were leaving. So I'm trying to kind of
Or
get like
45.
5:10. It's okay,
Yeah.
time.
Can we get in contact with Kakku? Maybe he said that he would keep trying in scrying to see if he could find anything on Resquell. Maybe he found something.
Yes. I want to go to the school, see if I can meet him there. I'd like to avoid using the sending stone to bother him. I'd like to go see him in person if possible.
He may be teaching a class, so
Well, we'll find out if I go there. And I know, Arthur, you wanted to go see the temple. I understand. You should check on them.
If you are to talk to Kakku without me, seeing as how I will probably piss him off. Frick, I had a question.
Can I roll a perception check on Fauna to see if she has books? From like
And that'd be a
I
history
think
if you remember him.
Wouldn't that be in her bag?
Yeah, that'd be in her bag. I'll allow history
Which,
to remember.
but I will say though, Arthur does have my bag still.
I do.
Covfeyeth did no.
It's around my shoulder. He gave it
Arthur
to me
has
when
it.
he was
Yeah.
about to leave.
History.
While you're doing that, if you
Seven.
see Kakku, ask him about the process of becoming a lich. If he knows anything, if we have more time, something.
Arthur, what is a lich? What does it mean?
I know pretty much. I rolled like a 19 on that, or an 18, right, Brandon? So, a lich is a greater undead, a person who's able to transport their soul from body to body, and if their body dies, their soul lives on. So they're virtually immortal, and they're able to resurrect the dead, use them at their will, and based on the artifact she has, she's already collecting more weapons.
What's her plan? To
I don't
take
know.
over the world?
I don't know.
The
All I
gods
know
wouldn't
is-
allow that, would they?
That's what I'm gonna go ask.
Well, it sounds like we have a few things to go do then.
What about the body? I don't want to leave her in my bag.
Would somebody be willing to take care of that?
I can.
Maybe, if I can try to bury it real quick while everyone else is doing their thing.
Then
I'll tag along with you, Taiga.
Well,
Then-
you'll need this then. I'll hand the bag to Taiga.
Wait, can I grab my
Go for it,
the
I'm
books
sorry.
in there?
I think you put them in my bag, right?
Yeah,
Well,
think
I
you
put all the
them before
scrolls. I don't know if
body.
I put the books in there. Did I?
Well, I think you said
Oh, you
scrolls
put
and
everything.
books, so
Oh,
that
you put everything in
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
So when
yeah, I'll
if
say
you
as
got
you say that,
something.
then Daelynn will be like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Fauna. And I'll open my bag and kind of think book and pull out whatever comes up.
If it's one of the library books that come out, then hopefully, or just
I'll-
a random book comes out.
Do I see? Do I see that? Oh, I'm like looking.
I mean, yeah, they're not trying to be secret about it. You see them pull out a book.
I see the book!
Fauna.
That's it. Yeah.
Wait,
It really is
did
smart.
where did you get those books?
The Equinox Library, I think it's what it's called. It's near the school. I think
Here?
I'm gonna be, yeah. If you're gonna be coming to Kakku, it's right next to the Luminary Academy. I was gonna stop by, and return the books.
I would like to go with you. I'd like to get books.
Well,
Okay.
I have
if
some
you
spare
wouldn't
gold.
mind, then all three of us could go. If you wouldn't mind, I think maybe talking to Kakku first.
Okay, I don't know when they close.
That's a good point. I don't
If
either.
if we'll be here tomorrow, maybe it's fine, but it's been a few days and I never gave back those books that I said I would give back. And I actually can't give back one, so
We'll figure it out.
I just feel kind of bad for
I
that
understand.
guy.
Well, maybe you'll get a different receptionist.
Hopefully not.
Well, we'll see. It sounds then like everyone has a plan. We should try and meet back here at a certain time.
Yes. When we meet back, I would love to, if you have any questions about what happened before, I will
Yes.
be glad to answer.
If you need to, tell me on the sending stone when you need me back.
Morgan, where will you be going? I'm sure you wouldn't want to just stay here.
I'll go with Arthur to this Kayne thing.
All right.
Makes sense.
Well, sorry for the atmosphere, Morgan. Arthur, this isn't exactly what you expected on your
No,
sightseeing.
no, it wasn't. But I'll take a soap opera with my adventure novel.
Well, I'm glad we at least provide entertainment then.
Yeah, it's all right.
What kind of soap is that?
Oh, it's a acronym. It's an acronym.
Oh, it's not an actual type of
No,
soap.
no, not unfortunately, no, not it's not.
Ah.
Yes, it's a play, a type of play.
Oh,
Yes.
my apologies. I'm
don't-
not that familiar with
Oh, okay, perfectly fine.
opera soap.
Perfect. Yeah, right. Anyway, so I guess we break and come back later tonight.
Yes. If anyone needs anything or we're planning on coming back, taps on the earring, sending stone.
I'll wait till Arthur tells me.
Arthur, yes.
Okay. All right, gang, let's go.
Let's.
Okay.
Arthur.
Yeah.
Arthur, since I know you're going to the Kayne Temple, and I don't think anything will happen. And, just for me, please try to not change your opinions, but maybe just take a deep breath.
You want me to calm down?
I mean, if something happens,
Calm down.
if there's an escalation, I know,
the Ca-
I know that things are hard with the Esmeralda.
Praying usually helps.
I hope it does.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll start to head out if
Yeah.
that's the...
Morgan's kind of waiting outside the door, arms folded, feet tapping. And then she come out and she says, "Why do you guys always like start saying something when you guys are about to leave?"
I don't know. It's a bad habit.
Yeah. Anyway. And I guess so. Team body is Covfeyeth and Taiga. Team school.
Bodies.
Team school, Daelynn, Zero, Fauna, and team Kayne, Morgan, and Arthur. Let's do this. Let's start with Daelynn, Zero, and Fauna. So as you guys leave, and the rain is still coming down, though it is, you can sort of see the orangey hue coming through the sun setting slowly on the opposite side. It's fine. The sun's it's still blue, but the sun is still going down.
What about the rain?
Forecast?
But like I said, the rain is still forecast, other than the bits of blue pushing through. But as you guys make your way back to the Archivist District, you make your way to the school. The school gates are actually they would be open at this current moment. But you go in and it is very empty when you enter the school. You do see it at the desk, sort of a shaggy afroed, lighter skin.
I want to fill up water.
Okay. Actually, more of a gray. We'll do this. A gray furred, furbolg man. These bright blue eyes and the ears that kind of sort of sag a little bit. He's pretty tall, about 6'7". He sort of looks. Welcome to the academy. We're after hours. Are you here for a private tutor session, or what's?
I'll say Daelynn will walk up.
Yes. Hello, sir.
Yes, hello. We were looking to see if, perchance, Professor Beaumont was in.
Oh yes. He pulls a drove and takes out like the
Professor
board.
Beaumont.
Professor Beaumont finished his last class. Turns and sort of looks at the clock behind him. About 30 minutes ago. That's not true because you just talked to him this morning. No, that still makes sense. Yes, he did. He finished his class 30 minutes ago.
And went through traumatization and immediately started teaching.
He
The man right there.
he should be in his classroom, maybe, perhaps. I haven't seen him leave yet.
Would you be so kind as to give me the class number so we may find it?
Yeah, that's gonna be down the B hallway at class 211.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Anything else, let me know.
Thank you. I'll say Daelynn will just start heading that way.
Okay.
After looking over his shoulder at both Fauna and Zero, make sure they're following.
This place is so big.
Oh, you're a little one.
Zero, did you ever go to a school like this?
Not. I'll love to go to learn.
You never went to school?
No.
Did you, Fauna?
Not traditionally.
Yes.
Did you?
No, I was mostly taught by my parents and a lot of books.
So will I.
Yeah, lots of books.
Yes. I know, as you said before, maybe all that learning is... I know you said you're not a huge fan of books, even though you seem to read them a lot.
Oh, well, I don't know. I think, I'm a quick learner. I don't know where I get that skill from, but it's not fun. But I can do it. And when it interests me, I'm fine with it. It took me a while to enjoy it. I never used to, and I still find it hard sometimes.
I see. Well, I guess I was lucky enough to develop a love for the books and the knowledge in them. Then again, if you live your life on the road, it's pretty much all you can do is read. That or watch the horizon slowly move.
I like to watch the plants. That's what I did.
I see.
Is it
This one?
this
here?
one? Or
Yeah.
this one?
And
You
yes.
travel, you go up
Headed.
some stairs
Shh,
on the
testing in
side.
progress.
There's two, there's two stairs on the opposite sides of the school, and you go up them to the second level and sort of curve around the back, and you see about maybe 10 students. Kind of. There's like one group of like 5 people who are like kind of seems to be led by this sort of longer-haired, blonde elven kid who's like, hey, check out what I can do, and moves to this little wand, and there's like little bubbles come out. And they're like, oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. As they kind of
How old are these kids?
These kids are about they're probably you don't know exactly what age. They seem like younger, so they're probably the youngest. Like they just got into the school this semester.
Wow. Dang, is the semester starting?
Semester started.
Or is it year round? Are they always?
No,
they
it's
live here in
not- it's
dorms.
not. Well, I mean,
It's like Hogwarts.
there's no dorms. I guess there'll be dorms around the school, not in the school though. I would say,
It's like the Anya class.
yeah, yeah. I
It's a
mean,
special summer class.
I'd say maybe that's
Yeah,
what it
summer
is.
classes.
Maybe that's sort
These
of
kids
what it
are
is, yeah.
at summer school.
Yeah,
boarding
yeah.
school.
You know, that would make sense for this kid to blowing bubbles. But you just go around the back. You see some kids, coming out. You see a room that has on a little board next to the door, Professor Kakku Beaumont, School of
Rock.
yeah, School of Rock. School of Conjuration.
So yeah, I'll lead and kind of like walk up to the door. Is it closed? This is like in the back of the classroom.
It
right?
is.
Like
It is closed. You go to fiddle with it.
Well, it's like a college thing, right? Where you go into
yes,
the auditorium.
correct. Yes, like an auditorium. So looking in through the little window, you can see Kakku and what seems to be maybe 21-year-old female. So them talking in his desk in the front. You're gonna turn the doorknob and it is locked.
Should we come back later?
I don't really want to miss him. I think.
We can wait here.
You watch as they talk, and then the girl picks up her briefcase, sort of little suitcase, puts another bag over her shoulder, and then turns and begins to head up the stairs. You look at her. She's sort of what's it, bob cut, or I guess like shoulder length hair of this sort of a reddish auburn color. Somewhat tan skin, a whiter tan skin, some freckles across the face.
Does she look human?
She looks like she has a little bit of a pointed ears, shorter than elven ears, but nonetheless. She's wearing this sort of white dress with this what is it? Red sort of corset around the stomach, and then a shorter black blazer-like jacket over.
Were the kids that we passed by wearing a uniform, or were they just wearing clothes?
They would seem to be wearing a uniform, similar sort of button-down shirts, some ties. Not
What's the color? Did they have was it like a color? Like,
a
was
lot
it
of
all blue? Purple.
White shirt, sort of blue tie, black blazer. Some had like a bit of a navy blue robe to them. The colors seem to be white and blue around the school, at least for these guys. But she comes up and she goes to open the door. She has a little jump scare. She undoes the lock.
Hello.
Opens it. Hello. Are you for Mr. Beaumont? Professor Beaumont? You have some students here for you.
Mr. Beaumont.
And you see Kakku sort of his hands are on his table. He's just looking down after she leaves. He looks up. Let him in. Let him in. Oh, okay. Come on. She kind of holds the door open for you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as I'm walking over to Kakku from like the auditorium, like I say, you know, one day you'll be happy to see me. I promise.
I really, really, really doubt it, Daelynn. I really do. Everywhere you go, it brings trouble.
Well, fortunately.
Yeah,
How were
I
your
look forward-
classes?
I look forward to that date, though, Daelynn. Today's class was. What do you want?
We came to get a little bit of information, to understand the situation better.
She looks around. Okay, just you three.
Just us.
All right. He reaches underneath his desk and pulls out this small chest. He pops it open.
Oh, and Zero would like to say something.
I'll
Takes out a chalice and a small bottle. Boom.
Oh my god. Did you say dude? I'm off the clock, dude. Come on.
Any of you guys want anything to drink? I need that, if I'm being honest with you.
I'll take a drink.
I'm being so serious right now.
I am on the same level. I would appreciate a drink.
Takes out another glass. You too?
I'll
I'll have something. Sure.
Red or white?
White?
Puts the other bottle back in the carrot. Takes the other one up. Pours it. Puts it back in there. Puts it on there. Okay. And you're the three.
I'll sort of like bow like this, and say, I'm sorry for my last time we met in our last meeting. I apologize for my indulgence.
And they will also drink and be like, a lot's changed.
Wow, did you go through a year's worth of character development in a couple hours?
Yes.
He sits in his ostentatiously large chair behind his.
Would you say that? What the fuck was that?
Wait, is this a cat-sized chair, or is this like an ostentatious chair for a person, like a human?
This is an ostentatious chair for. I will say, no, maybe for his size, Compared because I'd say comparatively. So he sits in it.
Does he get really comfy? Does he kind of sink in?
It's
like cushions.
It is cushion. It is a
leather,
a burgundy sort of leathered chair. He sits in it. He sits in it at first properly, back straight, and then he just sort of
sinks in.
And he waves his finger, and you hear in the top by the door. The door locks. All right. What's going on? What is there something changed? Is it more urgent? Do I have to leave now?
No.
Am I being
That's what we
begged
came to
by
talk
your knighted overlord?
No. We came about that. The problem I think we're running into right now is that we don't know anything. We have these files, but they give us one perspective. What I guess I mean to ask is, what exactly does it take to become a lich? Is she really close?
Sort of waves his hands a little bit, and then you see from the space, seemingly nowhere, the folders, the copy of the folders that he made, slaps on the desk. He stands up, he walks over and picks it up. He sits back in his chair. He lets go of the glass and it kind of floats in the air around him. Let's see here. To be a lich, there's a number of things that have to happen. You have to have I believe it's called filicary, something like that. You need to have the device to hold the souls, which is in and of itself a incredibly powerful item that goes beyond just holding the soul. It has to have almost a pocket dimension on its own. Once that happens, the user has to go through a ritual of losing their life to send their soul to the device, and then a few days later the soul is returned to the body. And then on top of that, you need to have something powerful to power it as well. There needs to be a lot of sacrifices, maybe a couple hundred of souls taken to power something like that. On top of that, depending on the type of lich being created here and the amount, multiply that. Depending on the type, the conditions of the location have to be right. So it'd probably have to be a location that is strong with magic. Perhaps somewhere where the ley lines would converge, converging sort of. Area of land.
Do I need the history check to remember the watchtower that was mentioned with the teleportation magic where ley lines converge? in the notes in the files.
No, I'll allow it. I'll say you know it.
You read
Daelynn's
them
smart.
yesterday, technically.
Daelynn's smart. Yeah,
Daelynn's smart. Yeah, Daelynn's smart. Yeah. Oh no, wait. You definitely remember. Keen mind, you definitely remember.
Yeah. I'll say then. I believe if I recall the notes correctly, the files there was mention of such a place. It's, I think, in the north, far north.
Well, the location of where ley lines converge is not limited to one person or one location. It can be I might be maybe 15 on the continent. Nonetheless, the fact that there's one seemingly close to where she is, that could possibly be the location. As to why she's southbound, I'm not too familiar, to be honest with you. But as far as I can tell with these, She has good progress, but there's a few things missing. As well, this, and she holds it, this was a letter between the two of them. Where'd you get this from? You said you got this from a detective?
Yes.
Let's hope she's not a step ahead. Because if this woman, from when I remember her, she was smart, top of her class. But if she's truly become this mastermind that you seem to have encountered before, I wouldn't be too surprised if she knew that this would get out. Because if there was a letter between them, I feel like it would be hard for a letter such as this to just have been found by a detective if it wasn't planned. As well, from what I can tell, everything if you say she's saying she's from the north and this thing is from the north, the only thing I can think of is that she would be her base of things is in the north. And if she's in the south, then maybe we know where she isn't.
Yes, and maybe she needs something she doesn't have, like you mentioned.
Possible.
From south.
It's possible.
So, I guess my ultimate question, truly, is how imminent of a threat is she? And I guess even more than that, how much damage, if worst case scenario happened, could she truly do?
Well, I can't tell her goal. Only goal I can tell from here and from what I've heard is she wants her husband back. I don't know if her scheme is world domination or if it's that mundane. But I remember from when she's always been a very emotional person. I remember when she used to come to the school here, she used to come in with smiles just about every day until she lost her brother. But I don't know. Ever since then, there was a spark. Oh my gosh, a spark of change in her disposition. The smile wasn't there as much, and I tried to, help her. She seemed like she was better.
Well, I guess thank you for all of that. And I'm not sure if he ever will, but at least I will apologize on his behalf for Arthur. He is emotional. Sometimes, especially when it comes to this. And, he does mean well, but he's rash.
Yeah, she was just like him.
I don't know if he'd be happy to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't. I wish I could tell him to his face.
I don't know how that would end.
Professor Beaumont. So, do you have much knowledge about the gods?
Not, if I'm being honest, not too much. I'm not a religious man, but...
So you wouldn't know if they would allow something like this?
Oh, I'm almost certain that they would. They've never done anything, in my, 39 years of life, they have done nothing to help me. They'll just sit around and let it happen.
If she wants to become a lich, or if she wants to bring back her husband, is becoming a lich the only way? Or do you think that's a bit...
Well...
much?
I would say it's a bit much. Although, if she wanted to never lose him again, that'd be the way to do it. if she wanted for her and her husband or whatever to live eternally and never have to lose him again, I guess. You can bring someone back to life, but they can die again.
So Professor Beaumont, I
Yes,
read
Evergreen.
I read some books on the power of ley lines, and I read your book, The History of Arcana.
You read my book. What'd you think? What'd you think? It was near my younger days. I think I was 23 at the time. I wasn't too, my word choice was a little off at the time. But I think it was one of my personal books. I'm currently working on an autobiography.
It was interesting. I actually didn't really understand a lot of it. There was some points though. It kind of coincided with the other books I read about from Charles Gautier.
Charles Gautier.
In his book about ley lines, he talked about how if they were manipulated, it would attract the attention of powerful beings, such as Archfey, who would view it as a threat to their power or influence. Do you think that there's a possibility of that happening with the manipulation of ley lines from Esmeralda?
Let me put it this way. If she were to succeed with this, in fact, I wouldn't even say that. If they're manipulated in any way, I would almost guarantee that there would be other lingering eyes in that direction. From this plane.
So we're not the only ones that know about this, most likely.
More than likely. She's doing it in the north. I'm certain everybody knows at this point. If that leader up there, I don't know if he knows, but if he did, I'm certain he would have his part of it. But he is addicted to crimson. Bloodshed.
The Crimson Peak.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's right. That's right.
W movie.
The Crimson Peak.
That was one of the books I read. Beware the Crimson
The
Peak.
Yes, you should. It's a mountain over in the north where times ago it was a sacrifice pulpit, but that's for another day. That's a lecture for another day.
I did enjoy the book though, Mr. Beaumont. I'm actually
Professor.
going back to return it after this because I read it.
Of course, and the minds that might be sharper might enjoy it a little bit more, no more.
Oh,
Not to call you dumb or anything. I wouldn't do that. Obviously.
What books have you made?
Well, I've written The History of Arcana. I've written so many books. Let me think about this for a second.
The History of Arcana and
History of Arcana 2.
my autobiography coming up.
The History of Arcana.
The adjudication of the weave.
I've
How to
On weave.
how to tell the feelings of cats.
manipulation of I've done a little guide on some of the races around here.
Like what?
Tabaxi, half orc, some of the more eccentric ones. Changeling, winks at Daelynn. Tiefling. Read the book and you'll find out.
I'm guessing
Karen
that was made for elementary students.
Karen as well. Well, it was made for those who wish to study.
He makes elementary books.
Who wish to study. I have made a couple children's books learning magic, Arcana 101, a number of bestsellers. Why, do you want a kid's book?
Well, I'm not sure yet what I would like.
Anything else?
Yes. Whoa! I don't know how my camera got hit.
Bro,
There's
did you
no
just-
wire.
You sliced the camera, bro.
Quit being pushy, Cole.
That was a ghost, by the way. I'm not even close. Okay.
Let's go, Sword.
I'll sort of do the chest bow again. I'm sorry for my indulgence this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I hope us and everyone else are still able to attend your royal event down south.
The Butterfly Reverie. I will have to talk to the Queen about that.
The what?
The Butterfly Reverie? Well, you're not in the... Oh, you weren't in the room. Fauna was, but I was communicating with her. Don't think I forgot about that either, Evergreen. Actually, I haven't even gotten an apology, which I should not even
I'm
talking to
sorry.
you.
I'm
I'm
very,
talking
very
to Daelynn
sorry.
at the moment. I'll come back to you, and you better word that a little better next time. The Butterfly Reverie is a okay, where do I even begin? Across the seas, they have a meeting of multiple of the kings of the kingdom to talk. That happened a couple months ago, and it went a little south. This year, we're doing one. We're bringing it to Zelzibar because Chateau de Wee was called didn't go well. So we're bringing some from overseas, and we're doing this banquet, this gala, if you will, for some of the rulers to mingle, talk about the next step of things, and sort of just get acquainted. There have been a lot of abrasive rulers, especially currently with everything that's been going down. So we're meeting to discuss something, and the Queen wanted to see if you guys would come to sort of be some extra guards and maybe give you the opportunity to meet some people, a little back and forth. Maybe if you guys were trustworthy at the time, bring one of you into the room with her, but I don't think that will be happening now.
I beg you, let us.
You have done nothing to make me even consider that.
When is this event?
It is on the last day of the month, the 31st, within about 3-4 weeks' time. It will be held in Tuletum, around, because that is the only land on Zelzibar that is not run by or has any jurisdiction. So we've done it before. This is about I wasn't part of it for this long, but I think this is the 15th annual one. And we've always held it there, and it's a ground of respect.
Well, I understand if you were deciding to not invite us, even if I would be disappointed.
Maybe we shouldn't tell them about it then. Or tell Arthur. Until we know if we can go.
Mr. Beaumont.
Yes, Sierra.
In my current situation, seeking knowledge is what I would like to do most. Which is why I'd like to attend your event. Is there any way me personally, could be in that room during that
Do
event?
better. Don't make shows like that in our council, and we're trying our best to help you with what we can.
I apologize.
I'm gonna need to see more than words, Zero. From all of you, to be honest.
What would that entail?
More than words, actions. I'm not the one to tell you how to gain my trust back and gain it back yourself.
Well,
I apologize.
I think
There should be something.
Zero.
Figure
We'll
it out
just have to
yourself.
earn it ourselves.
If you can't do that, then don't speak to me anymore. I accept your apology, Fauna.
I'm
I
really
apologize
sorry,
too.
Kakku. I really didn't. I didn't mean to do it.
That's not true. You definitely did. You
I
did it
did.
so your friend. You did it so your friend could get into the.
I did mean to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you understand why I did it. I didn't know it would turn out like this, though. And who knew she was gonna become a lich?
Neither of us did.
Thought it was.
But water under the bridge. I should not be this forgiving. But I don't know. You guys bust my cat balls. But you keep coming back and doing things, so I'd rather not cut ties, but if your friend Arthur and the rest, and Zero clearly, are going to act the same way, then I will have to cut off communication and turn that stone of yours to ash.
It won't happen again.
Don't make it happen again. It will not happen.
Turn what to
again.
ash?
That stone of
The
his
stone.
stone of yours.
Oh.
for what it's worth as well, I've already spoken to my party about everything. We talked after everything, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure.
Keep it going.
Sorry, just stopped grinding suddenly. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that something like that doesn't ever happen again.
Look,
We had a long talk today about it.
well, it better not. I am probably one of the nicer on the council.
I understand and get that impression as well.
Right. You guys haven't had your drink. Come on, drink up, drink up.
I've been drinking, I think.
I didn't even pour you a drink, to be honest with you. If you'd
Okay.
like one.
I'll take a drink.
White or red?
Red.
Good. That's why I poured.
Wait, I was assuming that he poured one for Daelynn. Did he just choose?
Yeah, that had to be like
Daelynn?
5 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
he just chose for Daelynn.
Yes, he chose red for
Love it.
Daelynn.
Wonderful.
I'll drink.
Now, if you're gonna say something, go for it.
It's pretty good.
Now,
fruity sort of.
Mr. Bowman.
Mm.
I know I've been immature lately,
Mm-hmm.
but I'd like to ask for a request.
Mm.
Personally, I haven't been myself recently.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout that time, I've heard of a place known as the Forgotten Library.
Mm-hmm. Don't even bother asking. You have no access. Not now.
I would like to ask for access.
I'm not gonna repeat myself.
Zero.
Your answer?
No. You've done nothing but disrespect me today. Then you come into my classroom and ask for access to the Forbidden Library. Last time it went, I was lied to.
I know, that's me.
Zero, earn it back. And maybe I'll talk to the queen about it. You don't deserve access at the current moment. You're still young. I understand you guys make rash decisions. But you have to pay for your consequences.
And what would we have
Your
to do?
actions. He looks to Daelynn.
Zero.
Fauna. Am I just gonna keep saying the same thing over and over and over again? Figure
Zero,
it
he
out!
told
Fauna, Zero, if you would you mind going to the library? I think Zero, for the moment, that's about all you're going to get for books.
Yeah.
Think straight.
Kakku, can I? She just kind of goes without asking anything. She goes to whisper in Kaku's ear.
Okay, his ear kind of perks up.
Is Kakku drunk?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
He's not.
I didn't say. Okay.
He's not.
Kakku, do you know Ancient Celestial?
I can say I don't. I could quickly, maybe in a couple hours, make a cipher. If I had some chance.
Really?
Probably. Why?
I was just looking for a translator, and I hadn't asked you before. I was just wondering.
Well, I could cast tongues on my tongues. I have a spell.
Interpret language.
I have a.
I think.
I have a spell that allows me to understand, comprehend any language.
Is there some time that you might be free? I don't want to do it now. Listen, Kakku,
I'm
this
free
is
for the
really
rest
important
of
to
the day.
me.
I'm free for the rest of the day.
I would understand if you want to do it some other time, maybe when we've made.
Give me. Well, tell me, what do you need me to do? You need me to do it now? What do you need me to do? Read the book and teach you? Or teach you the language?
Read the book.
Okay.
I know it's a big thing to ask. That's why I'm saying if there's maybe some other time.
I can read the book within.
Are you a fast reader? I know I can read books pretty fast.
Well,
I can.
I have my own little pocket dimension where time works a little differently. So I can read it. I can read it. It'll take a lot of time, a decent amount of time for me, but it won't take too much time for you.
Well, it's only if
pocket plan.
I know you're really smart, and I think I was gonna actually go to the library and maybe get another book of yours.
Don't try and make a persuasion check. Actually.
Yes.
Butter
sir.
up the cat. You're so smart and your brain's so big. I just have so much to learn from you.
Persuasion. Please. Okay.
Poor Kakku.
Luck is on my side.
Would you like to?
Yeah.
Okay. The bottle of red is on the table. The glass is almost empty.
I'll pour the rest. And be like, but like I'll put a little bit in mine, so it's not like
Okay. Thank you, Zero.
16.
Cheers.
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 What'd you say? 16?
16.
Finish drinking with Zero. Alright, give me the book. Hey, but check out. I've got some pretty good ones on the philosophy of time and space.
Oh. Does it include things about the Feywild?
I have a little chapter about that in there.
I might have to borrow that from you, Fauna.
Daelynn,
I've
can
got
I borrow your bag?
Sort of crosses his legs.
Actually, I was going to ask if we might speak further alone, Kakku. I know that's.
I'll be done right now. I just wanted to give him something.
No, it's.
Yes, we can communicate. Yes.
I'll say, is there anything that you need from my bag? If I were to stay a while longer after you left?
No,
perhaps?
I
The
just
books?
need the books. Yeah.
Start pulling them out.
And then she'll kind of just go over and she'll reach in the bag and she'll pull out the black book.
Can I walk around the classroom?
Go for it. It's a large classroom.
Well, while they're talking to them, I would plan to like sort of walk behind Kakku and sort of pit pocket.
Kakku is towards the back of the class, so it will be. You can try.
No way, Smart Zero.
I would-
does that, bro.
you-
That ain't
I would
smart,
be-
bro.
I'd be looking for sort of an ID.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Roll. You can give it a try. Roll
That ain't
stealth
how the
with
freaking
disadvantage,
library
but you have
works.
advantage, so it's a straight roll.
Wait, what? Wait.
You have disadvantage.
Oh, so I
But
just have a straight.
you- a
Okay,
straight
yeah. Okay, that's a D12.
So I will get out the black book.
19.
19 for a total of
22.
You go around the back, and you think you're hidden. You stick around. And he says, "You try so hard with my patience, Zero."
Zero, what are you doing?
I'm looking at this whiteboard.
Make a deception check.
Is there
Alright,
even a
roll
whiteboard in that
25.
classroom, bro? That's.
Where is it?
He's on the chair.
19 again.
19.
Well, no, it's not 19. It's 19. Straight up.
Okay. Fauna, what's your passive insight?
Passive insight,
Mm.
15.
Okay. He seems forthright. Kakku
What,
walks.
0?
Yeah. Kakku walks up to you, Zero. He goes to you and he says, "Listen to me, kid.
Is he staring up
Yeah.
at 0?
Test my patience one more time.
What'd I do?
I'll make sure that you will never see me again. You understand that?"
Well, I don't
Yes,
know what
sir,
I did.
is your next words.
Yes, sir.
I'll take your book, Fauna. Can you and Zero please leave?
Yes. Mr. Kakku. Can you... Never mind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kakku. Thank you.
As she's walking back, she'll be.
Thank you, Kakku.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again, Kakku.
Leave, Evergreen.
I'm really sorry about a few days ago. Thank you.
Get out.
The door closes.
The music. I'm with her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he flicks his fingers and it locks.
I'll say
His
Daelynn was kind of like,
his head in his hands.
Daelynn will like look up.
There'll be a knock, and she'll be holding the glass to the door. Well, she wanted to give the glass back.
The door flies open, and the glass
glass.
leaves your hand and comes flying back as it shuts.
You ever feel like
Let's
a
go,
cat?
Zero.
You're saying?
Hey, what?
Saying, Daelynn? I mean,
Nothing. I thank you for agreeing to speak with me, and I am sorry. Misery keeps company.
it's just goodness gracious, man. But whatever.
19, there's no way.
It's like he rolled a 19 as well, plus 10 for 29.
Oh my god! I was like, wait, what? It's like Zoe bro got a nap.
He
Got
rose a cat.
1d9.
Anyway,
He is a cat, you know.
He's got those instincts.
I thank you for agreeing to speak with me after everything. I don't want to ask without giving, so Daelynn reach into his bag and pull out just a couple of both of the types of crystals and put them on the desk, kind of in a pile there, and he says, "These, I have quite a few of, and I'd like you to take them if you could. Not maybe all of them at the moment, but at least some. Just, I know they have value, and you'd probably be able to use them a lot more than I would."
I appreciate that. I will make sure they're in a safe place. I'll probably take them down to the reliquary, and set them up after I test them a little bit.
I wanted to ask if you had time. I know you were going to read the book as well, but if you had time for maybe a small lesson, just
On what? What would you like to know?
Well, recently I showed you the effects of the scar, and I think I understand a little bit more of it now. But I guess I'm worried about my chronomancy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried that I don't know how to control it, and don't know what effects it may have.
He stands up from his desk, and he goes to near his whiteboard. He takes one of the pictures down of some interesting wizard man. He's sort of in like a Renaissance sort of pose. Behind it, he's got a switch, and he sort of cranks it. It's sort of like a I guess you could almost like SpongeBob's door in the way that it, like a wheel, I guess. When you twist it, and the seats sort of and flatten out, so it's this flat area, and the door is up, but there's no path to it. So now you're in this sort of box-like room. This is how I train my students when it comes to one-on-one sort of or group magic classes. All right, and he actually right now he's sort of normally he would wear sort of wizard robes or wizard tunic. At the current moment he's wearing a similar to the school sort of uniform, a white shirt with a little blue bow tie and a blue blazer over. He sort of unbuttons the blazer and takes it off and throws it on the chair. All right. So Daelynn, magic in every sense is less about trying to harness it and more about trying to flow with it. Like a leaf blowing with the breeze. When you try to push against that, the wind will push you down. But if you ride with it, then you're harnessing the natural weave that just already exists in the area. And he sort of goes on a little bit, kind of giving you a little bit of a lesson. And we'll take a little intermission there to switch up the mood a little bit. And
Let's go bury a body.
yeah, and shift over to. I guess this is actually better. This is actually really perfect. To Taiga and Covfeyeth. So, where did you guys go to attempt to bury this body? Not this. Sorry.
I was actually question right now. What's the time when we're
It
going
went
back to
same
us?
time from when you guys got there, so maybe like 5. It was 5:20 when you left. I don't know where you went from there, so I can't say what time.
If so from leaving Love Keep to like all the way to the outskirts of the front gate.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much time would pass?
If you go to the outskirts of the front gate, so there's 2 entrances. There's the main one, which is there's the north one, there's the western one. The western one will take you about, and Love Keep in maybe 18 minutes. To go to the top will take you about 45. Is the one where you guys came from coming back down. The 18-minute one is the one when you came from Lysek.
Okay. 'Cause I'm trying to see if it can get darker, like the sky. I mean, but that's not a lot of time.
You can wait around until it was darker.
Yeah,
It
you could
already
just
is pretty dark because of the overcast sky of rain coming down.
Could just throw it in the dumpster.
Taiga's got something though. He's got a way of disposing it. Okay, let's go 18 minutes.
Okay.
Let's do 18 minutes then, because it's already dark.
So you travel over there, and the storm's still keeping up. It's still stormy, gloomy. But you make your way to the gate, and you see the 2 sort of Actually, you go to the gate and the gate's closed. And what time is it? 5? No, the gate's open actually. The gate's currently open. You do see there are two guards on the outside of the gate, sort of keeping watch. As you come out, they kind of just nod a little bit.
Okay. So now we're out.
Yes, you're outside of the gate currently.
Okay. We're out the gate.
Sort of
Taiga,
low grasslands,
Yeah.
a little bit of a path.
Taiga would like to see if there's a good, like, faraway spot where he thinks, like, this is good to place the body.
Okay.
Do you need to roll perception?
Oh yeah, make a perception check. I'll have you. We both
Sure.
can roll. We'll see.
That one.
That one.
14.
14. With the storm, it's a little obscured to try and find the right spot, but with time, so I'd say maybe after another 20 minutes, you locate a good spot, sort of in between, around. You go over a little hill, so the guards themselves are obscured from you, so they can't see you, and then you find this little like alcove by like around some trees that sort of blocks some of the rain from pushing through.
Okay. So before we get there, as we're walking, Taiga, walking beside Covfeyeth, he's gonna turn to him while walking and say, Covfeyeth, I appreciate you accompanying me.
No
You didn't have
problem.
to.
I figure you might want some assistance, even if you're able to do it alone.
I appreciate that. You know, I've been meaning to ask the group. This just appeared in my mind. It's obviously, I didn't think about it. I've recently been freed, but so much has been going on while I was captured. What happened of John?
Well, we got him some new clothes at clothes shop down at Wollendorf, and after that he decided he wanted to be a farmer and part ways there at Wollendorf. So he's, to my knowledge, living out, doing what he can and learning what he can at the temple.
Farming. I can see that as his profession. That's nice. He needs a life of peace after
Yes,
what he's been through.
he's gone through so much.
Was there anything else he wanted to do?
I mean, Fauna had read him a couple of books, but other than that, he seemed very satisfied.
That's good. Hopefully we can see him again.
Yes.
Obviously, he said goodbye to fake me. So, I would love to do a proper goodbye someday, if we ever pass by.
I'm sure he would love that.
Well, we're still walking. Is there anything you want to get off your chest? I am a very good listener.
Oh, believe me, I know. It's just difficult living the life I've lived, and I'm sure you can say the same as well, but living a life full of war and battle is no easy task. And trying to adapt to all these different people of different backgrounds is challenging. I want to do my own thing, but I want to make them happy. And I can't seem to figure out how to do that.
I do say, Covfeyeth, it's very important to prioritize yourself first. Obviously, things have been a mess.
Yes.
I think it's
And-
important to manage your time and your choices.
Yes, and I feel if I do prioritize myself, I'll be called out as selfish and, I don't know, not wanted anymore, but I really want to find my sister. My family means more to me than anything in this world.
You value family, huh?
Very much so.
I wish I had that value when I was young.
I'm
I
sorry.
had that too late, I guess. But forget the reminisce. You know, if you think, well, personally, I don't see that as selfish. But if you have those conflicted feelings, maybe you should have a one-on-one talk with people who you think that it's selfish. I believe it's important to get on with this conflict instead of avoiding it. No.
I'm not sure one of them would be so willing to listen.
I already know what you're talking about. I guess it's up to you if you want to get on with it or just let it linger. But I advise you that's not wise.
Yes, I know, but I'm not sure. I don't want to change for him. I'm not sure he's willing to change for anyone either.
Good points. I tell you what, maybe get some time to reflect. Maybe tonight after our talk, and see what you feel in the morning.
And with some time, you get to find the location, little alcove. You guys make your way there. Get there.
So, how do you plan on burying this?
Taiga takes a look at the ground. I'm assuming it's dirt or like grass?
Yes, it's dirt, and it's freshly soaked with water, so
Sure,
it's
sure.
very like moldable at the hair movement.
Mm.
And it's muddy.
Taiga looks around. It's kind of far away. This might do. Taiga takes out his bag and gets a tiny shovel. But it's normal for him, but it's probably tiny for Covfeyeth.
Wait, before you start digging.
Mhm.
If we don't want this to be found, it's probably smart to take the sod off the top and replace it afterwards.
Well, I'm gonna try this one method. If this doesn't work, we can do that. Actually, do you have a shovel that's bigger than this?
Pulls out a sword. Well, does this work?
I don't know. We just need to dig out enough to fit the body, if that makes sense.
Right. So we're not covering it?
Not yet. We just need to dig it out to place the body.
Taiga.
If this works, yeah. What?
Actually, let's do this again. We just re-rolled. I'll just say you do. in the dark scape, on the horizon, you see the lightning strikes, and as it strikes, just you see the faint silhouette of a flowing black cloak, like a man, a flowing black cloak. And as the lightning disappears, then you see a flash of purple, and as lightning strikes again, you see about 15-20 feet from you, unhooded figure of Glint Frostmaw in front as he says, "So you said to meet you outside the city?" I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I've understood thieves' cant through hand motions, but from what I could tell, that was the. And he kind of walks forward. Grave site? Why give this creature the honorable death, the honorable burial?
That's what I said. I was willing to just toss it in a dumpster.
You see, gentlemen, I'm not honoring the Six Clipper. If, let's just say... Hold on one second.
No problem. Take your time.
Taiga is standing there, stroking his beard, deep in thought. Let's just say.
Sorry, my beloved mother asked if I'd eaten yet,
No issues.
which I haven't. So, thank you so much, prisoner Brandon, for keeping me in prison.
Of course.
I'm just kidding. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, the clan that she served with, their magic is tremendous. Tremendous, and it can either be good or bad. And let's just say this body can easily be tracked. Now, I haven't done this in a while, but I have some method, and it may hide the body in. It's hard to explain. Let me just try this, if it's okay with you two.
He goes up towards one of the trees around you and kind of sits back towards it, just watching. Go on.
Okay. Covfeyeth, let's try just the tools we have. Let's try to make a dugout to fit the body.
Right. Dig
Make-
my sword in. Start.
Make a
As many shovel.
I'll say both of you make a survival check, just to see how quickly
Survival check. Okay.
how quickly this hole is dug.
This is the first time we've done the
I
survival check.
believe so. I believe so.
And 11.
11. Not bad. Low DC.
I got a freaking 8.
8. It takes a little bit of time before Glint stands up and says, "Come on, I'll help." And he
Thank
snaps
you.
his fingers,
You can
opens a little portal, and and a small little like one-handed shovel comes plopping down.
Mhm.
So he picks it up. All right, come on, and begins to help.
Thank you.
And within a good amount of time, a nice graves-sized hole is dug. Maybe a little smaller than the traditional grave, but enough to put a body in, fill it back up, and it's good. And he, okay, we just it off. Lets the rain hit it, wash it off. All right, let me see your brilliant way.
Okay. Covfeyeth, you have the body. Drop it into the dugout.
Right.
And just plops him there.
Somebody goes, and Clint looks at him and just pathetic. This is the creature, the person that knocked me out.
Yes. Six Clipper was a doppelganger. Very, very powerful.
I see. All right. Make haste with it. I don't want to look at it for much longer.
I shall.
Good.
As Taiga takes out his card deck, and he pulls out 4 cards. They're identical. They have this picture, which I will send in character info on the card. And then he's gonna place it like on the outskirts of the dugout. So like one on the top, one on the left, one on the right, and one on the bottom. Okay. And then Taiga just kind of goes, haven't done this in a while, but hopefully this works. If it doesn't, then well, let's figure it out later. As Taiga, he kind of kneels down, almost like a prayer, like how Arthur would if he prays to Kayne.
Right.
But instead of doing this, or that's what, instead of doing this or a prayer, kind of like takes his finger and kind of motions like a shh motion.
Silence one.
Yeah. And then let me find it. And he's gonna. It's kind of weird. Like you can tell he's whispering, but it feels loud. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's kind of like a prayer. It's only known to Taiga. And then he goes, Mask, the Shadow Lord. It's been a while. You may have forgotten me. Lord of the Shadows, I give you this message. Come out of the Shadow Keep. You see this body, don't you? I need you to hide it. Not hide it from just anybody. From all the eyes of this entire continent. Let it be hidden. So hidden that no wizard, no god but you can find. I whisper this to you, Lord of the Shadows.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. Yeah. Jeez, I have so many tabs. Okay. Advantage. Have no modifiers. That is a 16.
16.
My first one was a 7. So.
To the others, to Covfeyeth and Glint, nothing happens. But to you, Taiga, as you open your eyes, stepping from behind one of the trees, you see the familiar figure. Brown leather tunic, leather pants, to the brown leather boots.
You
Large.
want me to show a picture?
Yeah. Large, blowing.
I think I know where you're going.
Dark leather cape. And hair that sort of floats in the air, like a lit fire of orange and red, as well as the leather sort of mask that is over the face, leaning up against the tree. As he goes, well, it's been a while. Taiga is what you're calling yourself now, it seems.
So wait, is he behind me? Like after
you're kneeling and you're doing your praying. You open your eyes and he's in front of you, like leaning up against one of the trees around the area.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of just looks at you.
Kind of does like another bow.
Then it goes, "What's Taiga? What was that, Taiga?" Smash.
What do you mean? Sorry.
What are you bowing towards? What was that? What happened?
Oh. Taiga doesn't answer.
Okay. Mask goes, so you wish for me to dispose of another one of your bodies?
I wish. Mask. I'm surprised you answered my call, because I've tried to whisper you many, many times.
Well, none of that was interesting. This,
of course,
is interesting. This amuses me. One of your own. I remember when you used to walk alongside them.
Yeah, well, I had nowhere to go once you abandoned me and left me with, has the card. This never leaves my sight, You probably cursed it. I throw it away, it comes back on my pocket. I burn it, I get it delivered.
Well,
I guess I'm cursed with it.
Why would you want to get rid of my special gift that I've given? Come on. Let's have a little laugh. Not everything has to be serious, Taiga.
I'm not laughing, Mask. This is serious. I'm also surprised that you have the restriction here in Zelzibar.
Oh, well, I go wherever I please. Even if it isn't my jurisdiction, I'll take it.
Well, it's reassuring that you're here.
Glenn is just like looking around, trying to figure out what's going on as you just start talking to nothing. Well, I don't want to overstay my welcome if that's not what you look for. So this one time, since you reached out to me in such a plea, I'll allow it this time. I'll erase this body from the naked eye. But
Thank you.
that adds to your list of debts to me, Taiga.
I know.
First you tried to steal from me, and now you ask me to help.
I didn't. I thought I was stealing from a noble, not a god.
Noble God. They all have their power. But nonetheless, I'll help you here. But don't forget to carry my name on your tongue. And make sure it's with happy thoughts. I don't want to be a burden. Come on, friend.
What is your game here? You're always scheming.
Well, I want to have a good time. A little bit of trickery, a little bit of illusion. And, you know. And he takes out this sort of roll-up scroll. And he lets it go, and it sort of drops and rolls out in front of you. But it looks like the water doesn't hit it. It stays dry. Just taking care of a couple of my debts. He lets go and it disappears to smoke. And that smoke sort of encapsulates, and this sort of like a dark navy blue smoke that sort of encapsulates the area of where the chameleon was. And this is visible to you, Kaveh. You see the smoke start to puff out around the body. As he says,
Take a small step back.
Glenn actually will stand up and do the same as Mask says, "Alright, Mr. Taiga. Ta-ta. We'll meet again, I'm sure."
How about I make this worth your while, Mask?
Oh, I'm listening.
He was like, the 6th Clipper disappeared. There's several more. How about do the same thing for the rest?
And what would you give to me?
What do you need?
Oh, I don't. The only thing I would need is something that you would want. Little deal, little bargain. Come on. You blink and he is up in a tree, sort of sitting down, just looking down at you. It's just a little fun little game.
I know you love your games. Go on with it.
Trickery is my domain. Look. Trickery, thievery, the darkness. Something... I don't know. Let's just call it an IOU.
I'm listening.
I'll do this for you. All the way down to the last body that has to have its bloodshed. And when I'm in the need of something from you, I'll ask, and I will receive. Do we have a deal? As he sort of, you blink and he's right in front of your face with his hand out.
I got kind of just thinks about it. You know I'm gonna regret this decision. As he takes his hand out.
100%. He grabs your hand and he shakes it. Well, Mr. Taiga, until we meet again, I'm sure that it will be a delightful encounter. Say hi to Discordia for me. He snaps his hand and he sort of rolls up like he released like a scroll and it rolls back up before it disappears and the smoke puffs out and the body is gone.
And Taiga whispers, "Till we meet again in darkness." As he rises up stands up. It is finished. He turns around to the group.
And, what was that?
Yeah.
He takes his deck of cards, You know about this, right?
Yes.
Sort of. Faintly.
It's magical cards as he shuffles it,
Okay.
but it's kind of cursed. Let's just say I tried to steal from the wrong person, and I just asked him a favor, and it worked. By the way, if we meet more of her kind, this is the way we're going to get rid of the bodies. If that ever happens, crosses our path, of course.
Right.
Not my path, but I'm hoping I don't ever have to meet any more of these bastards, if I'm being honest with you. But... So is this what you wanted me out here for, Taiga?
No, actually, how about, we walk back, or I don't know if you want to be seen, but I do just want a moment with you, moment of your time.
Very well. Throws the hood back up and puts the mask over his face. Come on. And begins to move back. And with some travel, you make your way back through the gates. The guards sort of at first look, and they kind of go to reach for the weapons before Glint drops the mask, and they, I'm sorry, sir. Puts it back up. It goes back through. Man.
It's a face card, bro. It's a face card.
And with time, you guys find where would you like to talk to him?
I guess a place that is not too suspicious, but kind of casual as well. Maybe Glint knows where to go. I think I just mentioned that. Like,
okay. Glint. You follow Glint into this sort of let's see. Glint will take you to this back into the Darklight District actually. And there's this old broken down building you find with sort of what's the word? There's no one in it.
Abandoned.
I guess abandoned is a good.
Vacant.
Vacant is the word I'm looking for.
yeah.
Vacant. No, that's too big for me. Vacant is vacated.
Too big for me.
It's vacated.
Wait, what did you say?
Derelict.
Oh.
And he goes to it and he says, "Come on." And he sort of fiddles with the lock. He picks it and he opens it. After you.
Before he enters, he looks at Covfeyeth. Covfeyeth, if you want, you can stand by and watch. I guess you could listen in, but it more pertains to Glint.
Right. I'll sit outside.
Very well. As Taiga enters in.
Can I roll perception to try to listen in?
I'll allow it. Roll. You're just gonna lean up against the wall right next to the door.
What is it? 19.
19. You feel like you can hear pretty well what they're talking about inside. As Glenn closes the door and kind of leans up against the wall next to the door.
I'll be sitting is there steps leading up to the door?
I would say there are like 2 or 3 steps leading up to this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just sit on second step or something.
Yeah.
Just have my swords resting against my shoulder.
All right. Speak.
I'm curious before we start. What does your description in the council mean, Master of Whisperers?
I travel the undergrounds and the illegal aspects of the castle to make sure that we take care of all possibilities of anything like a coup or illegal trade or the darker things. Some sort of the shadow of the council, you might say. Get information, pass it to who needs to hear it.
I see. Taiga's stroking his beard.
Mm-hmm.
So, you look for information, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of them. Information that values the council and the queen, perhaps.
I'd say so.
Perfect. This is actually great.
Yes.
I have a proposition for you, Frostmaw,
I'm listening.
if you're willing to listen. There's a contact of mine, which, after this is done, I'll give you his contact information, but let's just say he doesn't want to be known.
Okay.
Him and I are wanting to start a group, you call it, an organization, very hush-hush. Nothing, there's no killing involved. There's nothing of that, no violence.
Uh-huh.
What we seek is information. Any information that people acquire, that people want.
Uh-huh.
I have my own reasons for wanting to start this. You know, the Six Clipper, there's more of them.
Right.
They're very good at infiltrating. We need all the information I need. This contact has his own interests, and maybe this can benefit you, getting more information for the Queen of the Council. But alas, we need to start a group. We need a foundation. We need people, we need resources. And I believe that you can be our first.
What a interesting. I am interested. That sounds like it's something that could benefit. However, I can only do so much to start, as I am a member of the council. It is something that I will have to talk to the Queen about for my involvement. Something like that, you'd want to start with somebody. It's smart of you to come to me. Somebody who has already has a foot in the game, or perhaps somebody who already has a number of men underneath them to get started. You need funding. You need the beginning. You need the foundation, as you said. How about
Will
this?
you help with us in the beginning? Oh, go ahead.
How about this? Whoever this anonymous person is, I'll aid. I'll talk to the Queen. I'll do what I can to start. Best thing I can give you is perhaps I can assemble a list of contacts that would benefit you to talk to. That's a good place to start. I can attempt to get decent funding, and at least for the start, have it underneath my jurisdiction as a part of, we'll call it a part of my men.
Very well. As Taiga takes his bag, gets out his forgery kit, takes out like a paper, and gets like ink, and is writing down in Thieves' Cant this person's information. Okay. How about, as he gives it to Glint, this is the man contact. He's starting this with me. You can contact him any way you want.
Very well. I will reach out. And
But listen, Glint.
Mhm.
I believe this is a good cause. This shouldn't be in the wrong hands. This shouldn't be used for unnecessary needs. I hope that's what you stand for.
I hope the same for you, for all of you, to be honest. But I'm sure that it will be, and I'm sure that this contact is the same way. And whenever I can, I will reach back out to you with more information. It might take a while for me to get contacts to find the right ones, but nonetheless, I'll do what I can. If you can do what you can.
Of course, take your time. This is not a main priority of mine. It's something I just want to get started with.
Wonderful. I appreciate a man who goes forward and tries to benefit the future.
And then Taiga takes his hand. Pleasure doing business with you, Frostmaw.
Pleasure doing business. I'll leave it to your own devices. I will head back to the council, or to my quarters, I should say. You open
Till we meet
door.
again.
Till we meet again. He lets you out. Then he closes the door behind you and locks it. So you see a quick flash of purple energy.
Prince Covfeyeth. With?
Yes.
Head out.
I am.
Well, let's see. You think we should meet with the others? Or do you have something in mind?
I have nothing in particular. Just a little private business I want to attempt.
Would you attempt this now?
Well, is there anyone around here?
In this area in the dark light, you don't see anyone around at the current moment.
Alright. Well, Taiga, this is what I've been working on as I slit my hand open and try
Face
to...
it as I slit my throat.
No. Slit my hand open and I try to form it into something. Anything.
You look down
Dang.
and you try to focus on it, and the blood begins to curdle and bubble, and it turns into a quite short, like a thin, almost like a thin
Needle?
I want to say like a long needle in his hand.
And then I kind of just see if I can get any power behind it as I kind of flick it towards a wall and see if it'll stick in at all.
Okay, roll make an let's call it an athletics check. It's an athletics check.
17.
17. As the blood blade or the blood needle sticks into one of the wooden doors.
And then I'll attempt to heal the scar on my wrist or on my hand as well to close it back up.
The blood coagulates and stops the bleeding.
Taiga looks in awe. Fascinating. Is this blood magic, I presume?
Yes, but hold on. What did I? Yes, but it is a different, more obscure type. And I only just now figured it out after years of knowing about it.
How did you find out?
Well, this can only be a secret between us two, as of now. All right?
Sure.
Long time ago, when I first got here, I met someone who taught me a mystical, forgotten art.
Sorry, are you talking about when you first got to Zelzibar?
Yes.
Okay.
A mystical, forgotten art called blood magic. And in order to achieve this, you have to create a blood pact with the underworld. Which I did, but never able to do anything with it until now. I feel something is starting to happen, but this is all I can manage as of now.
Taiga just takes a deep, sigh. Covfeyeth, you probably know this, but magic from the underworld is very, very dangerous.
Oh, believe me, I know. But my master is extremely gifted, and she knows quite a lot.
Is she still present with us in this plane?
That I cannot answer.
Fair enough. Why do you seek such power? Blood? Hurting yourself for power?
I don't know. Something about the pain, it just tickles me.
Let me get this straight then. What were you in the Feywild?
Wait, repeat that.
Yeah,
It was
I
really
like that.
weird.
My bad. What were your powers in the Feywild?
Nothing extraordinary. Just learning how to use weapons. Learning how to fight. Learning how to protect.
Okay. Well, it is done. I will not say a word unless you deem it so. But know this. You need to be very careful with this. I haven't seen blood magic like this, but I've seen other forms of dark magic. People who try to use it for good. It never ends well. As Taiga walks away.
Taiga,
Yes.
to answer your other question. Wait, hold on. I was going to say to answer your other question, but I forgot what that question was. Oh, yeah. To answer your other question, the reason I sought out some more extreme power was for revenge. Although I know revenge is not the best path, it is the path I've been set along.
I do know revenge. Vengeance. It's very powerful. It consumes everything when you don't know how to wield it, how to take care of it. Look, if you're really seeking this power, maybe it's wise to stick with us. I don't know what you would do by yourself.
Well, I will have zero.
Well, we'll have to see. I think from earlier you should maybe at least talk to Daelynn or Fauna about this, to see if they think you're being selfish or not. You know I do not. Maybe it's a good idea to see what the others are thinking.
Fine. Maybe I will.
Maybe you will.
With that, we'll cut.
Dang, that was a crazy arc.
We'll cut to the streets of Rain, in the developmental district, where we see Black Knight and a white haired lady walking together with Arthur and Morgan. So Arthur, you guys have been walking for a little bit now, and at this point, you remember they said there's the developmental district, and in one of the buildings are like together, almost like a like an apartment complex in a way, but they each they connect, and then near the end you see very similar to Doctor Strange's what's it called? The
Mirror World?
Oh, his building
the sanctuary
with all the windows and the
yes,
pointed roof.
yes. You see it built into sort of the side. You can see it's very different than the rest of the buildings on this in this area. But you do find that is probably the new temple of Kayne.
It's fully erected.
What do you mean? It's like
they built the temple already, fully.
Well, it was a building that was already there. That
Okay.
they transformed into it. Yes.
Okay. When I talked to the council, I asked them to put them at the front of the kingdom. Did that not happen? Still in the development district? Because I asked them to put them near the front.
They
like the
weren't.
entrance.
They weren't. Well, this is the entrance. The where you guys came from.
To the city?
Where you guys came from. You came through this entrance.
There's 3 entrances. I
So this is like the slums entrance.
No, you're not in the slum. The dark light district. The dark light district is the slums. The developmental district is where everyone lives.
Oh, okay. See, that's what I mixed up.
Yes.
That's what I mixed up the two.
Yes.
Okay.
You're in the suburbs, basically.
Yeah.
I thought you said dark light. I was like, they literally just kept this in the
no,
slums.
No.
They're keeping the canines down.
No.
Oppression 101.
You find it sort of on the cusp of the two. Some like nice black double doors. You think that's it? I can feel it. Oh.
Looks like it's it.
Okay.
Cold enough.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I want to say I would have made small talk with her on the way, like if she's enjoying the city. And
yeah. It's a nice city. It's very cold and wet today, but it's still great. It's a lot to take in.
definitely is.
Yeah.
And then small talk and blah blah blah.
Yeah. We get to the door, and you wanna lead or?
Yeah, I'll lead. I think if the leader of the church is still here, then he knows me.
Okay. And you go and you open the door and hit with this blaster's cold air. And inside it's just a lot of like so sort of some Canaanite prayer. As you see in this temple, sort of in the very front, hands out praying, and as the door opens, he sort of stays for a bit and then stands back up. It's just the pale, very pale skinned, elven form, long white hair of the last priest of this temple when it was in the Dark Light District, Yuvel.
Yeah, Yuvel.
As he turns and he...
Quick question: how does the temple look? Like, how did they make it? Is compared to Volendorf's temple? How does it look?
Compared to Volendorf, it definitely is way better than it was before. Compared to Volendorf's temple, it is there aren't like crazy statues. There is a it looks very much like a smaller church. Benches, path down the middle, black carpet, pulpit. There, it looks like there is a mural in the making that is currently being painted. That's been half painted for the day. Windows, chandelier, no braziers, but some torches, sort of.
Big improvement,
candelabras.
though.
Yes, big improvement.
Okay, cool.
For some reason, real quick, I thought Arthur was going to be like, really? Only half painted?
As he returns.
Who knows?
Our chosen one has returned home. Our savior. One behind Kayne. He sort of walks over and he takes your hand. Embrace death, friend.
Embrace death, Yuvel.
You have infinitely aided. Is this your sister?
Shoot. I haven't seen his camera.
Just ask them. She's asking what color to paint her nails. Put the colors up. Purple or pink?
Purple.
Red.
Pink.
There was 2 purples, another pink,
Purple.
3 purples. It seems like purple's your winner here. Yeah.
Peek.
Aw, dang, I didn't realize I was muted.
Embrace death, Yuvel.
Embrace death. I haven't had the chance to thank you for properly giving us this new temple.
No need.
You're right. The praise goes to Kayne.
I'm glad you're out of the streets.
Yes, it is wonderful to get us planted here, where we have so much reach to the those who may not know of Kayne's endeavors.
Is there, if I'm looking around, do I need a perception to see if there's more people than there was last time in the...
No, there's more. There's even more room for people to be, but there is more people there currently. And even if there isn't, I guess it feels like there is because they're more spaced out.
Okay. Looks like you've already done a grand job proselytizing.
Oh,
More new faces?
Yes. Those who've lost perhaps loved ones have come to embrace their passing. Have you...
Know the feeling too well.
You have someone to embrace?
Yes, I embraced her a while ago.
I see. She's in a great place now. Better than anything this material plane could have done to hold her down.
Very true.
Well, what else brings you here? And who is this? Is this another?
Oh, this is Morgan Starfall. She's from Vollendorf in the main Kayne temple. She works directly with Zareth.
Takes her hand. Embrace death. She embraced death. You got them this place, Arthur?
Yes, when we saved the Temple of Mist, we were offered a boon, and this was mine.
Wow. Impressive. Quite impressive. Has Kayne... He looks to Nuvel. Has Kayne blessed you today? Every day. Only better blessing would be if I were to return to the soil. I understand. What, did you need from here, Arthur? Yes, what can we do for you?
I'm afraid only Kayne can help me with what I come for. I'm in dire need of prayer, and what better place?
Then the pulpit calls for you.
Thank you.
And he passes as you make your way.
He passed away.
Yeah, he does.
Finally.
Morgan, you're welcome to pray with me if you wish, or whatever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yes.
I'll walk to the pulpit, yeah.
Okay. She goes and she kneels next to you.
I didn't want it to be like a conjoint prayer. I thought it was like side by side. I don't know if that was clear.
Okay, then she will...
I kind of wanted it to be like praying with me, but like separate.
Okay,
Yeah.
Pray at the same time.
Together but separate.
Yes, you together but separate. She goes to the other side and she sort of kneels around a couple of these like other people praying, and she kneels. She looks around and she bows her head, and you can do the same.
Yeah. Arthur will take his helmet off. He'll put his forehead on the ground.
Right.
Palms touching the floor, outstretched. In the deepest bow he can get.
Area.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
He's in the front of the pulpit, man. As close to the pulpit as he can get is where he is.
You're right there, bro. Forehead, the top of your head, touching it.
Yeah.
Would you like to... Anything specific?
Yeah. Yeah, he'll call out to Kayne and say, Kayne, I've only needed you more one time in my life. And that was when you showed yourself to me. And now I need you deeply. The continent is at stake. And I need help. I need guidance. I need you. Please speak to me. Tell me what to do. Your will be done. And then he'll wait. Maybe see if there's anything.
Okay. A moment passes. Another moment passes. Another moment. Another moment. Before you you see a it's a short vision And you are nude, walking walking through a grassland. And you see this castle ground. People sort of bustling through, sunlight sort of gazing through. And as you begin to take a step forward, you feel a catcher in your leg, your right leg. You look down, you see a skeletal-like hand holding you. And then some more sort of are holding you for a bit. And you'd look back and you see black grass. The sky is night. It's dark. And you turn back around and you see a large, looming, wraith-like figure, looking down at you. And you hear in your head, "It is my path. My path. You're passing the wrong road. Grow stronger. Embrace death." Embrace me. Grow stronger. Forget the material plane. Embrace me. And the dark hand reaches out and it shifts into that white form you're familiar with, the benevolent form. Embrace me. And you look down and see the familiar sort of a gravestone that at first said ARTH, and the U slowly begins to be drawn. Embrace my gift. Grow stronger. And it goes black.
This may be a stupid question. Can I roll an insight on if I know what he means by my gift specifically?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Okay. Bagging, I roll high. Bagging. Insight +2. 16.
What would be a gift for the god of death? What their domain is over. Death. Yep. As you are back in that darkness and are brought back.
I think he'll get up. Or not get up, but he'll like shunt up. He's gonna look around. He's gonna look at Morgan. She's still praying?
Her head is still down. She's not in the same sort of outstretched hand thing, but she sort of has her head down.
Okay. I think he's gonna get up from his prayer position. He's not gonna keep praying for now.
Okay.
And I think he'll wait until she's done.
Okay. Shortly after, she stands up. So, how'd it go? Did you find your answers?
No. I found more questions. Am I doing something wrong?
Of course not. What do you mean?
The path I'm walking now. What's wrong with it?
I don't think anything.
Have I done anything to slight Kayne, or have I not embraced death? I feel like I've been trying.
I'd say so. I don't. What do you mean? I'm confused.
He showed me a vision
Mm-hmm.
where I was walking toward a seemingly sunny glade, and he grabbed me. Skeletal hands grabbed me and held me. And I turned around and there was darkness, nighttime, Kayne. And he was looming above me, and he said that I'm walking the wrong path. To forget the materialistic plane. And to embrace him. I can only assume his will.
Death. Embrace death. I don't know. Could it be that? I don't know, have you been wavering at all? I don't know.
I haven't wavered in my faith since. Not since I left. I mean, I've had questions. I haven't wavered. I don't think that I've wavered. I have questions for him. Is that bad?
I don't think so. Learning information? I think that's great, actually. I don't know. Have you been saving too much?
Saving too many lives?
Perhaps. I don't know. I'm just speaking through eternal.
I didn't think it was against Kayne to save lives.
I mean,
Or people to preach to.
Right. I don't know. There was that one guy, right? That boy that was also chosen.
That's where my questions were. My only question is, why him? If he's not a worshiper, if he's not devout, why him? Maybe I need to rid these thoughts.
Right.
They're driving me off the path.
But
I don't need to doubt his judgment. There's nothing to doubt.
But to learn information doesn't mean to doubt. Right?
Well, if Kayne sees it and sees it as doubt, then I see it as doubt as well. And I must rid myself of this.
Okay.
I just need to figure out how to walk his path.
Right. And hopefully he'll tell you how to do that properly soon.
Hopefully, more prayer.
Right. And Yvel comes up. Did everything go as you were desiring?
Everything went as I needed.
Wonderful.
Maybe not what I desired.
Well, Kayne.
Of course.
Kayne doesn't.
Everything I need is provided.
Kayne doesn't give for our desires. He gives what we deserve.
Yes.
Yes. Well, my friend. He grabs you, takes your hand again. Embrace death once again. In your everyday. For every time you wield that blade, there's a possibility of you joining him and being the lucky bunch of us.
It's gives a slight nod.
He goes back. He kneels and begins to pray.
All right, Morgan, are you ready?
Yeah.
Do you think they're ready?
Maybe. It's possible. Should we wait in the inn or something? Or they said they were going to the library?
Where do you want to go? It's your first time here. Where do you want to go?
I'll check out this library.
Library it is.
Library it is. Let's go. And you guys make your way to the library. Cool. Team Bucks. 0, Fauna. After some travel, you guys are back in front of the Grand Equinox Library. You push the doors and tink.
It's raining again. Oh, goodness. Covfeyeth.
Quick question, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Fauna.
What the hell? That confused
No
me.
problem, Covfeyeth.
With, I'll ask it in my voice. With the god system in place, is it like, are they kind of similar to the Greek gods in the ways where they're not omniscient, but I guess they are omnipotent, unlike the Greek gods?
The the way of which they are sort of they govern is in a way similar to the Greek gods. They omniscient. Omniscient is all knowing.
Knowing.
Unknowing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, they don't know what each other is thinking, and they don't know kind of what everyone down here is thinking unless they ask them.
In a way, they know more than that level, but they don't know like the 100% outcome of how a situation's going to go, or something.
Okay, yeah.
But like they can be multiple places at once, and that's
Okay.
It's just to a different.
So they are omnipotent, meaning they have unlimited power, basically.
Correct. Yes.
They're able to do anything.
Yeah.
And eternal.
Eternal one.
Thank
they are
you
fallible,
for
though.
answering, Dungeon Master.
Of course, Covfeyeth. 0 and Fauna. You guys go through the doors.
Yeah. You feel that? That was weird.
You go into the light tan sort of room of the books all along the wall. The second is 2 floors, and you see the counter as you walk into the left. A counter with some books, about 5 stacks of books on there, some papers, a little ink and quill as well. And behind the desk, you see a tabaxi of sort of this like cougar-like tan skin or tan fur, with some like about 5 earrings in each ear, some glasses pressed upon the nose. You walk up. Welcome to the Grand Equinox Library. Anything I can do for you? Anyone you're looking for? Specifically?
Before we ask any questions, I actually had some books to return.
Ah, yes. Did you return them with somebody? Or did you take them out with somebody?
Yeah, it was with, It was with, his name was, Daryl.
Daryl.
With Daryl?
Right, Daryl. Okay. Yes. One moment, please. She kind of goes and walks around the library for a bit. Then a moment passes, and you come back with the open shirt, or open white shirt, coat of white hair, chiseled jawline, human figure of Daryl. As he comes back. Ah, yes. You are the girl who checked out the books a few days ago and told me she'd come back and
I'm
pay for them.
so deeply sorry, but I've come with I'd like to recompensate extra fees if that is the case.
Yes, that would be the case. Yes.
I know that I checked it out for free, and I said that I would come back with the money, which I now have.
Right, I can see you clearly have made a name for yourself with the rest of your little party.
Huh?
Discordia. He takes it out. He puts the paper on the desk. This is you.
Oh, I didn't put my name on there.
But that is you in that drawing, correct?
Um.
And that is him
Yeah.
in the drawing. So then this is you then. Bungo.
Yeah.
Is your name?
No.
Really?
This one is Bungo.
There-
Oh, actually, he's not in the
Yeah,
picture.
there's no,
Sorry.
it just says that when we
Oh.
interviewed you, you said to just give the attention to my little green friend named Bungo. I guess she's not green,
Oh.
but they just kind of lined it up. Oh.
He passed away during that fight
Oh.
in the Temple of Mist. If you can remember him, that's what I really wanted.
Very well.
Not for the honor to go to me. He helped the
Very
most.
well. So what's your name? Your name was, I forget, sorry.
I'm Fauna.
Fauna, okay. Which books did you check out, Fauna?
I checked out.
What was the papers?
I have the books with me. I have the History of Arcana by Kakku Beaumont.
Right.
The Conversions of the Power of Ley Lines by Charles
I
Gautier.
see Charles
The
Gautier,
History
yes.
of the Ley Lines,
Right. I see
Charles
that here.
Gautier.
Yes.
Celestial
Right.
by Jorah.
Right.
And I would like to purchase Post-War Life by John Gutenheimer. Oh, and Harengon Origins by Javal Williams.
Very well. Very well. Okay. So, returning on the fact to take those books out, I will add the fees together with that. Are you gonna check any other books out, or?
I will be, but I will be paying for those.
Okay, to buy them, or to check them out.
To check them out if I find anything.
Okay. Return back. If you find any books, return back. We'll return back either way to start. If you find the books that you want, bring them back. I'll charge you for everything at once. If not, just come back and I'll charge you for your credit.
So you don't need any gold?
I will, but I will wait till the end of your library excursion to purchase.
Oh.
Unless you'd like to pay now.
I would.
Very well. That will be 17 gold?
It's just to ease my conscience, you know?
17 gold.
Okay. 17 gold. 7. She reaches into her pockets. 17 gold. 17 gold in the bag. 17 gold in the bag. I brought the books. I brought the books. Zero. You kind of bring Zero to the side.
Yeah.
Zero, I didn't bring my gold with me. If you pay him gold, I will. When we go meet with Daelynn again, I will get the gold from his bag of holding, and I will give it to you. I'll give you more if you want. I know it's a lot. It's 17 gold.
What about?
We have the money from the show, right?
You give me 17 gold and a grilled cheese.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll walk over and give 17 gold.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zero.
Puts it on the back.
Zero, Daryl here knows all about the library and where to get books and things. So if there's
Actually,
anything you were looking for.
I will be going back to what I was doing before.
Oh.
But my another one of the workers, Cecile, Tabaxi will Cecile, and then Tabaxi comes back over. Yes, if you could help these guys with their book excursions. Of course. Thank you.
And girl,
And-
not guys.
Sis, I'm pansexual. Okay, it's okay for me. And he can he goes off. Cecile comes up. Yes. What can I get for you guys? Are you looking for anything specific? Point you in the right direction.
I'm looking for a lot of things.
She goes and she instantly takes out this little notebook, flips it open. Yes. And what would that be?
Well, do you have any books about animals and dragons?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can get you certainly some stuff about that. I can get you a here. We have certain encyclopedias just about the animals of the wild that and them. There's a book about maintaining and owning pets. I believe somewhere. I'm sure. Dragons. Are you looking for like a specific type of dragon book or just dragons knowledge in general?
What are the options?
Well, I mean, anything you could probably think of. The library is quite massive. Dragons would probably be around the flora and fauna section in the D category.
I'll head over to the D category.
Wonderful. And then pets, probably be in the same section, the P.
Okay.
And then you should be able to find your stuff there. Anything else?
Where would your books on languages be?
There's a whole section about languages. Any book in there, anything you're looking for with a specific language, you could probably check something out there.
All right.
Wonderful, wonderful. And for you, miss?
I'm looking for one if there's I think I remember where the purpose in the self-help books were.
Right.
I was wondering if you had any books on maybe helping friends with their emotions.
That's probably going to be around the same section. Look around the E.
Okay.
For emotions, you'll probably find it. There's some
Any
really
books
good
on Dragonborns?
That would probably specifically with emotions, or just Dragonborns in general.
Maybe with their habits and maybe cultural things.
That would probably be same section as to where he's going with dragons and Dragonborns, probably around in the same section. Nothing specific on like how to help them with their emotions or anything like that. But you might find some books there that might work.
And any books on is there any books on something called the Great Tormentor? Just a thought that popped in my head.
I'm not too familiar with what that is.
What is that?
Oh yeah. I don't know. That's why I'm looking into it.
That's something I can look up on file.
Oh, if you could do that, please.
Okay.
It's just a
If you
storybook.
don't know, then where did it come from?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's just something that I've heard.
From what?
Zero, you don't have to be so invasive. Privacy.
Okay.
I will go behind the. I'll look for something on the Great Tormentor.
Oh yeah.
and I will.
I should ask Kakku. I bet you he would know.
Maybe. Okay, and I'll get back to you
Did
at
you
some
hear
point.
that?
I'll bring some. I'll bring some books here back at checkout for you to.
Oh, well, we can, if you just tell us where it is, we can go look for it.
Oh, I have no clue anything about the Great Tomb.
Oh.
It took me some time to go look for it.
So you're, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, I'll be right on that. Enjoy
We'll
your...
go look around.
Right.
Fauna,
Because,
Well,
you have. Are you gonna be able to pay for these?
if I find anything, but if there's anything that, that you want, afterwards, I can repay it.
Well, how about this? If you get any books, I'll pay for them. But I would need a favor in return. Just,
What is it?
I'll let you know later. But when we pay.
I don't like that.
I can tell you now.
Mm-hmm.
You know when we came out of Alstenburg? Or the
Yeah.
Abyss?
Mm-hmm.
You made everyone around us sort of hiddener, sneaker.
Yeah.
Could you do that to me? Later
When?
on. When we leave the library.
Why?
I would like to sneak into the Forbidden Library. Maybe there's information on that book you wanted if it's not here.
I don't think that's a good idea, Zero. We already have so many trust issues with the council. And I hate to admit it, but I'm in a group with you, Zero. If you do anything, I don't want to tell you what you can and can't do, but because I'm with you, I don't want it to reflect on me. Kakku is really smart and really important and can help me with a lot of things that I want to know. And if you do something like that and it affects our relationship with them, it's already such a blessing that we even get to talk with them, Zero.
That's why I would want your help.
Wouldn't you think about the consequences first?
I know the consequences. But I just want to learn
And
more. And knowledge that's
Zero, there's
forbidden
plenty of
sounds
ways to
the most
learn.
important.
Zero, there's plenty of ways to learn. We're in a giant library. I think
I'm gonna get a lot of books. I'll see you
I
after.
won't have any part in that. I won't have any part in that.
I walk to the D section.
Okay. You go and you
She'll go.
okay, and you look and you find the little flap in the bookshelf that says dragon, and you see a couple of books, dragons, nature of dragons, the chromatic color guide, the history of evil dragons. You find the great dragon god, a tale by just a tale. You find a book that is actually not in English.
In common?
Yeah, not in common. That has two titles. One in a different language. It says it's written in common script, so you can pronounce it. It's called Ignaris de Dracon Gilibrum. Underneath it says what's the
That was
actual-
common?
No, I said that wasn't.
That's
common.
French.
Oh. It's like, what?
What was the actual type?
Translated.
It's here somewhere. Oh. It can't be. Origins, the Book of Dragons. By Lunda Cathin of Grandam. Number of other books there on dragons. Fauna, did you go with him?
No.
Okay. So yeah.
I'll grab that Book of Dragons.
Okay.
One that's not in common.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And in that section, there's also the animal ones.
Yes. If you go to P.
I'll go to P.
Yeah. There's a book. It's called Pets. There's a book called wait, actually, here we go. Book called The Ins and Outs of Little Buddies. There is a book. It's a kid's book called A Trip to the Pet Store. There's another book, another kid's book called Me and My Little Buddy.
Is that
There's
the
a
first
book-
one
there's
we
a book-
saw?
What?
Is that not the first one?
No, the
You
first
said-
one was The Ins and Outs of Little Buddies. This one is Me and My Little Buddy, and it's a little cartoon drawing of a little kid with like a couple little red swirls in his head next to his little dog. There's a book called Dogs. There's a book called Cats. There's a book called Birds. It's a book on just what animal you're looking for, as far as pets.
And the first one was what? Book
Pets.
about little buddies.
The first one was called Pets.
Second one?
The Ins and Outs of Little Buddies.
I'll take the ins and outs of little buddies.
Okay. So I'll book that thick. Take it
Oh
out.
my god, it's like a little pamphlet.
Yeah. Alright. Anything else?
I'll go over to the language section. Well, I'll go to Fauna.
Okay, where did Fauna go?
What were the three? It was self-help.
It was Dragonborn.
Was it all the self-help section?
It was
You're getting
no.
motion stuff.
Dragonborns were Zero went.
Okay.
That's what Dragonborns were. Then you looked for the Great Tormentor, which you did. You had to wait for them to give it to you, and then there was, I think it was another self-help one or something, right? I think it was the same sort of. Oh, trying to help my friends. Trying to help my friends' emotions.
Right. So I'll go to that section.
Okay.
And I'll just be looking if you can pick, I guess, which ones, so you don't have to name thousands of things.
Okay.
But three good books that are usually the more exotic of the groups
Okay.
in those three categories: in self-purpose, in friends' emotions, helping friends' emotions. And what was the other one that was about self-help?
You just wanted a
That's it.
Dragonborn book, but that's not here.
Dragonborn emotions.
So
Alright.
you find a book entitled Emotional Therapy. That
Okay.
on the cover is a picture of a half orc who's kind of on the cover looking like this. You find a book entitled Breathe. It's called Breathe In, Breathe Out. And it is a picture of this this human man about this high on his face, on the bottom, and then the top are just a bunch of different of his face is doing different motions. It's like.
Who are the writers of these books?
The first one with the orc is by it just says
No way that's Storm.
it just says Thorpe by Thorpe.
Thorpe. Okay.
And then the other Breathe In, Breathe Out is by Gerald Agrupnin. Agrupnin. Agrupin.
What are mine?
PNIN.
Agrupin. Got it.
Sorry, PNIN. Agrupnin.
You wrote mine too.
Agrupnin.
Yes. The book called Pets. That's not what you got. You got the book called Ignorance.
You got the ins and outs of Little
Yes.
Buddies.
The ins and outs of Little Buddies is by Cheryl Green.
Cheryl, my girl.
Cheryl Green. And the
Cheryl Evergreen. Could you imagine?
and the book on Dragonborns, or Dragon, sorry, is by a guy named I said it actually. It was by Lunda Cathan of Grandom.
Okay, so I got emotional therapy, breathe in, breathe out.
Mhm.
These are both self-help. One's for. Are any of these purpose books?
None of these are purpose books. You looking for purpose books?
Okay. I wanted at least one purpose book.
Okay.
I always gotta get one.
There's a book.
exotic.
There's a
one.
book.
Like-
That is like a sunset scape, and it is this it's a little figure of a man or somebody looking off. It's
kind of like
silhouette.
I'm looking for like a guidance purpose.
Right.
you know?
It's called this one book. This one that's called The Path Forward. That's so you got him looking over, and it's like this like large ocean landscape. This is by This is by Cramden Bow. KRAMDEN space BO.
CRAMDN.
KRAMDEN
Oh.
space BO.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
And then there is The Path Forward. Or
That was the path.
yes. Then there is there's a book, and it is it's a special cover actually. This one is you look at it, you're like, this is weird, but you open it fully, and you can see the picture on the back, and it is of this Eric Cochran man, both hands out, and the fold is right in the middle. So on one side it's just one side, and on the other side, and it is himself actually on both sides pulling his hands. And on one scape it is this sort of bright sunny scape, on the other side is this dark nightscape, and the title is Which Way Do I Go?
Oh yes.
This is
he like what's the facial of the Eric Cochran in the middle? Is he like,
yeah, he's like,
or is he just like,
well, it's
staring?
his, no, he's
who's it by?
it's by Casher White. CASHER space White. Casher White.
Okay. And then before I go to the Dragonborn, if Zero's coming over, he'll probably find me now with all these books in my hand. I want to go see if there's the Beaumont section. If there's like a prize award-winning Beaumont section or something, or if it's just a small little area.
Make a perception check.
There's like the Scholastic book.
I gotta find the Beaumont section. Ooh, I might not find it. Perception.
I feel like it's an intelligence check. Like it's like
11?
11. So it's not about if you find it or not. It's about how long it would take you to find it. So you go around because this is a large library. You start looking around, and then you go to the top.
Yeah, because it's 2 stores.
Right,
Two stories,
right.
isn't it?
So you go downstairs and sort of around behind where the staircase would be, and you find a picture of Kakku, a little younger, hair not as grown out, and he's kind of looking at it, he's like, they got some glasses placed on the nose, and it says, It's the book he mentioned last, actually, which was the book on what did I say? The space-time continuum or something. The study of time.
Yeah.
And it's there, kind of placed out in the shelves in like bunches. There's about 20 of them laid out at the current moment. Some
Is there one that has like a little
signature,
like a special stamp on it?
They
like
all,
a special stamp where it's like kind of shiny. It says like 20th anniversary.
They all
20th anniversary edition.
They all have a little stamp on the ones that are laid out right here on this sort of yellow, this table with a yellow tarp over it, and it's the picture of me like this. And there's one in a little glass case that it seems to be signed. Yeah, and there's a little thing that says Kakku, Professor Kakku J. Beaumont.
I won't go for the signed one because I know him personally. I want someone else to have that.
Right, of course.
So I'll grab one of the other ones.
Okay.
The Space-Time Continuum by Kakku Beaumont.
Okay. You
What the fuck?
You get one.
Space time.
It's a pretty thick book, by the way. It's a pretty thick book.
All right, that's what I'm hoping for. I need to wow Kakku.
Right.
Get his good side.
I need to get back. I need to get back.
Okay. You can get it.
And so Zero will probably find me there. Now I'll probably be going towards wherever the Dragonborn. And if he was at that pets area,
I'll go up to Fauna and hold out that dragon book. Do you know what language this is?
She's holding all these. Brandon, do I know what language it
Roll,
is?
make a history check, or make a straight intelligence check. How about that? Let's see that.
Intelligence, okay.
No investigation.
No.
Well, either way, this is gonna be a good roll. Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's int.
Yes.
Not a saving throw though.
No. Check.
Oh,
Language
okay,
check.
it's a mid roll. It's a 17 though.
17 is pretty good. You would not be able to. This is more of an ascertain roll because you're not too familiar. But with the word, with it being a book, you can see the word dragum, which you assume is another language for dragon. You can only ascertain this probably is some sort of dragon language, probably Draconic.
Oh, probably Draconic. Okay. I mean, it's about dragons, yeah. Dragum. Okay. What's it on? What's it a book about?
Dragons.
Dragons. Who made it? Good.
I already forgot. I'll be straight up.
The this of Grandum. I don't think I know a Grandum, but dragon. I mean, it kind of looks like it could be Draconic. You know, Arthur knows Draconic. If it's Draconic, I bet you he would be able to tell. I mean, I could be wrong, but if it is Draconic, I think he would know.
Would
I don't
the
know
librarian
Draconic,
know
so-
for sure.
You could ask her. I'm sure most librarians might know at least what language it would. I'm sure they've seen all kinds of books.
I'll go ask them. Thank you.
Okay,
Fauna.
I'm gonna. Where was the dragon section? Where you were right there, down there.
By the sign that says D.
Oh, okay.
It's for dragon.
Thank you. Or dragum.
She keeps walking.
Okay.
Zero.
It's like the same word.
Zero.
Did
You
me and
go-
Morgan go to the library?
Yeah, you did at some point.
Yeah,
we'll get to that. Zero, you make your way to the front desk where you see the tabaxi lady, and she says, "What can I do for you?" Yes.
What language is this? And I'll open up the book. Yeah, I'll open the book.
That's Draconic, sir.
Are there books about that language here?
In the language section, like I told you, all the languages are there.
Okay. I'll thank you so much.
Of course.
And how much would this book cost
This
to
book?
rent out?
To rent, it'd probably be 2-3 gold.
Oh. All right. I walk over to the L section.
Okay.
The language section.
The language section to D, you see Draconic. There's a bunch of books. Honestly, any book you want, it's all just Draconic. The language Draconic. the language of Draconia. Draconia. Draconic language.
So the language section
of
is A through Z as well?
That's correct. Every section
Oh,
is A through
fuck.
Z.
Oh, that would that would be how it works. I've been in the library for a while.
Yeah, right. But yeah, so you see a bunch, about 20 or so books. No, maybe like even more. Just about Draconic. Learning Draconic. Learning the language of dragons.
Learning Draconic.
Okay, check it out. Draconic 101 is there as well. You take this one out, it's about that big. By I'm just trying to think.
Gwazi.
Gwazi. This one is by Cyrus Snaggledorf.
My guy.
Yeah, your guy, Cyrus Snaggledorf.
Must be Gnomish.
Yeah, no.
What other languages are
He's
there
studied
now?
Draconic all of his life.
Other languages, every language you'd possibly want to learn. There's Elvish, Gnomish, Dwarvish, Giant, Sylvan. There is Infernal. There's
These are all languages.
Celestial.
They have Abyssal.
Do they have?
Abyssal would be crazy.
Do they have thieves' cant?
They do not have thieves' cant, as far as you can tell.
Primordial.
Primordial is there.
Common,
Oh,
Dwarvish, Elvish, Giant, Gnomish, Goblin, Halfling, Orc, Abyssal, Celestial, Draconic, Deep Speech, Infernal, Primordial, Sylvan, Undercommon. Those
Deep
are all
Speech-
the things you could want.
Deep Speech is not there.
Oh, Deep Speech.
Undercommon
Undercommon?
is there.
Someone's teaching freaking demon speak. Wild.
They all have different scripts, by the way, as well. Dwarvish, Giant, Gnomish, Goblin, Orc, and Primordial are all Dwarvish script.
Can you give me a list of every language?
Gads.
Elvish, Sylvan, and Undercommon.
You showed me
are all
before,
Elvish
right?
script.
Oh, wait, never mind. I have a.
I wonder if this is gonna be allowed.
Celestial is the only one that has Celestial script. And Common and Halfling both have the same script as well.
I'll walk over to Infernal.
Okay. You see maybe like 10 or 11 books on Infernal.
What? 2 examples?
Language of the demons.
Christmas music.
Language of Tieflings. Tiefling 101. Language of the Hells.
I'll grab T. Language of the Hells.
Language of the Hells. Okay. That is by wait, sorry. I'm trying to freaking stop this, change this music.
Merry Christmas.
Oh my gosh, it's library ambience. It's a library. There's no noise.
Bro, a book flips every 30 minutes. You just hear the slight rustling of pages.
You hear?
Shh. Yo, I actually just book rustled. What's going on?
Excuse
I'm
me.
only gonna get like 3 languages. I'm not gonna go crazy.
Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Let me look. Let me get some music going. Sure. Why not?
After I grab the whoever it was written by, after I grab the Infernal book, I would look for a Dwarvish.
Dwarvish?
Those 3.
Okay. Dwarvish, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, there are about. I have to get the Infernal book. So the Infernal book is by Barry Space Weiss.
My boy Barry.
Yeah, and then you go to Dwarvish section, and there are over 100 books on Dwarvish. Dwarvish for kids, Dwarvish 101, learning Dwarvish, language of the dwarves, language
Dwarvish 101.
Dwarvish 101. Okay, you get Dwarvish 101. A lot of these are some of them by the same guy.
Armin.
What
is that?
Infinite book glitch, bro. Infinite book glitch. He's a Dwarvish teacher. His name is Trick Littlefoot.
If bro said like Windermere or something, I'm like, what the fuck?
Windermere's not writing a book, bro. Trick Littlefoot. But yes.
I'll go look for Fauna. I guess that's all, those 5.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm looking for Dragonborns. I'm looking for Dragonborn emotions, Dragonborn habits, culture of Dragonborns.
There is a book called How to Tame the Fire, Dragonborns. There's a book called
About relationships, perhaps.
There's a book. there's a book actually called Born to Love. It's a picture of a dragonborn, holding on to its other female dragonborn. They're kind of just like, you know. It
Gotta get that book. You gotta. That's a cop. That is a straight cop.
Just pulled out in the wagon.
That's the Arcana.
There's about 7 issues of that book series.
Fauna will grab it and just like look around, like skim the back of it.
Okay, you go in the back.
Well, read the summary. Read the summary, Brandon.
The summary? You go to the
Oh
summary.
my god, bro.
You go to a summary, and it says, it was the summer of 997. Why are you doing this to me? It was the summer of 997. Penelope, Flametail, makes her way into the big city, where she finds a local barkeep, Tuscan Liebert, whatever it is, Tuscan Liebert.
Liebert?
They are born from the flames of the dragon heart. Their passion knows no ends, as followed their tale of love, passion, and fiery sex.
As she's reading it, she'll stop and she'll put it back.
Okay.
And she'll think, she'll be like, what if it helps?
Tuscan Liebert, bro.
She'll go to the, she'll look into the other books.
Okay. There's Born to Love 2, Born to Love 3, Born to Love 7. After Born to Love 7, you get to the new. You see,
It's like, is there ever a title change? Like, it's like from Born to Love to like Born to Die, or like Born to Make, Born to Create.
Make love.
Born to Make Love. No, they have different titles. I won't go through them, but it's like Born to Love, Fiery Desire, Born to Love, Fire and Ice, or whatever. But there's one called The Color of Emotion, Chromatic Dragonborn Emotions. There's actually a series. There's a series called Dragonborn. It's just called Dragonborn, and then there's a series called The Color Red, The Color Blue, The Color Black, The Color White.
I'll grab the color blue.
Okay.
What's it just called? Dragonborn, the color
It's
blue?
called Dragonborn, The Color Blue. Yeah.
Okay.
And
So that's an emotion one. Is there a culture one?
A culture? Oh yes, there is just one called Dragonborn culture. It's pretty simple.
Okay, I'll get Dragonborn culture.
Okay.
So who's the color blue in culture by?
The color blue is
These names are wild.
this one is by Delilah Daisy. And then the one called
Dragon culture.
Dragon culture is by it's just by Agnir, Agnir.
Okay, she'll look at all of the books that she has.
Mhm.
Okay. She'll grab Dragonborn culture.
That wasn't me.
She'll start walking. Okay. Okay. She'll grab Burnt of Light. She grabs it, she walks it, and she takes it and she puts it in the middle of all of them.
Okay.
Wait, she grabbed the book.
That's a Dragonborn sex
Yeah,
book?
the Dragonborn.
Oh my god.
That's so hype. That's so hype.
That's so
Man, it's gonna be an
funny.
interesting session when Arthur happenstance upon that one.
Arthur's learning, or Fauna's learning about the birds and the bees.
Are you going to check out after this?
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
bringing all the books.
Zero, did you go to check it out?
I'd be there waiting
Okay.
for Fauna.
So you go there, Zero. You go to Cecile. She says, "Did you find everything you like?"
Yeah. Oh, there might be one more thing I'll be looking for.
What would that be?
Do you have any books about the mind and how your personality works?
I'm sure we do.
Yeah, in the emotional section, Zero.
Is he here
there's lots of
already?
books on it.
I just came back.
You said the emotional section.
Yes, the emotional
Did
section.
you see the emotional section?
Maybe I'm not there.
I'll walk over to the emotional section.
Okay.
Fauna, can you carry my books for me? I'll dump it on the stack.
Do I have to roll strength, bro? I have 1, 2, 3,
No,
4,
make
5,
a-
6, 7, 8. I already have 8 books.
Make a
Bro,
dex
it's gotta be
saving
like
throw. That's all.
9
See
pounds.
if you can hold them upright.
Dex?
Yeah.
Saving throw?
It's pretty simple, pretty easy.
Oh,
Like
I think
attacks.
I'll be good. 16.
Yeah, you're shaking a little bit, but you still got them. Let's try to get to the counter quick. Zero, you go quickly. You go to the shelf, and you find a book entitled The Inner Machinations of the Mind. You find a book called it's just called The Brain. Workings of the Brain. Mixed Personalities is there.
I'll grab number 3.
Bipolar disorder.
Going Psycho. Which one?
Wait, what was the 4th one?
There was
Inner machinations of the mind.
Inner Machinations
said
of the
like
Mind.
three-
There
said
was
three
brain.
seconds ago.
The Brain.
How the brain works.
How the Brain Works.
It's Going Psycho.
Mixed Personalities, and then it's
Mixed
Going
personalities
Psycho.
and going psycho.
Can I read the summary of Going Psycho?
Yes. It is
Testing the DM.
it is a storybook. The back is you is a young elf in the big city, but after an
I'll put the book down and grab the mixed personalities one.
Okay. Get the Mixed Personalities book by freaking Jackie Chan. And you get it, and is that?
I'll
you
wash
get-
over to Fauna and add it to the stack. Or I'll take my books
Okay.
up. I'm not gonna add it. I'm not.
Okay.
Well, as he
So-
was gone, I'm gonna say, did you find anything on the Great Tormentor?
I looked it up. Not on my computer, through our files, because we don't have any computers. And I found a couple books about, like, torture. I found some books about how to torture. Some books about famous torturers.
Were any of them named the Great Tormentor?
None of them were named the Great Tormentor. Well, there were books that said they were great tormentors.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Maybe.
I don't.
Maybe I'll come back for it.
Okay.
For that one. Can you put that one on hold for me?
Sure. We'll push that in the corner. I'm sure no one's going
Here,
to the torture.
did I get back to hear any of that?
I don't think so. I think that's why you were gone.
Just waiting. No.
But after some time, you come back with your extra book. Says, did you find everything you want to now?
Yeah, these 6, please.
Wonderful. Okay, who would like to
and
check
these
out?
8.
Okay, who would like to check out first?
8? Wait, what did you get? I got 3 language books.
Dude.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Who wants to check out first?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's 0.
First.
Remind me. So what books do you have?
I have the Book of Dragons. 101.
Okay.
Book of Draconic. Dwarvish 101.
Okay.
Mixed personalities.
Okay.
Little buddies.
Infernal 101.
Oh.
Or no, like just straight. I think it just said Infernal.
Okay.
No?
No, it was the language of the hells.
Language of the Hells. Book of the Hells. Book of the Language of the Hells.
Book of the Language of the Hells. 13. Okay.
In the ins and outs of little buddies.
And it's in and outs of little buddies.
Let's run you 15 gold.
I should buy out this whole shop. Okay.
Well, you'll have to bring
I'll
them.
get 15 gold.
Okay. You'll have 3 days to check them back in.
Yeah.
Unless you want to buy them.
How much we're buying them, B?
It'll be an increase of 5 gold per book. 30, so it'd be.
Yeah, I'll drop 15 gold.
Okay. Do you have the extra 15? It's 5. You got 6 books.
Yeah.
So 5 gold per book.
Dude, I'm just renting.
You're gonna give them back?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a deception check.
What? Bro, it's just because
I mean,
him laughed.
I don't know if she could do anything. I'm sure you could hunt the guy down, get his file.
We're coming for you in our books.
14. That's a good roll. I feel like 14 is a good roll.
Unfortunately, give me a moment to get my manager.
Oh.
14's good. 14's high.
You rolled a 17.
This sus bitch.
Can we I just have a
14's
question over here.
Good.
What's his name? Darwin?
Daryl
comes back over.
Daryl.
Yes. He wants to purchase all these books, but he says that he will return them. But I have a little feeling in the back of my mind. He looks at Fauna. Do you believe this guy? do you believe that this man is going to return these books?
I'll insight check him.
Make an insight check.
$15.
15. 14. He doesn't seem like he's telling the truth. He seems like he's not going to return them. Look, kid.
Actually,
Yeah.
can I talk to him real quick?
Sure.
Okay.
0. I'm not in favor of you going to the Forbidden Library at all. However, remember how I need the gold for these books? That I'll repay you, and you want that favor? Well, instead of the Forbidden Library, how about, since they're suspicious of you, I'll tell
Suspicious.
Arthur.
Yeah.
It's around now that you and Morgan would walk through the doors of the library.
I'll tell them that you won't steal the books, and so
Steal?
you can get the books.
Am I by them?
They are. You walk
Or no?
through. You turn to the left.
Yeah.
And you see them talking.
With this
Yeah.
huge stack of books.
Oh, there they are.
Hello, Fauna. Hello, Zero.
Huh, Arthur? And the books turn and kind of like wobble.
Well,
It's almost. I'd say that when it turns, it's reminiscent of the first time you met Fauna because she had the box in her face and now she has all the books in her face.
I get butterflies
She
in my
peeks
stomach
over
and I
to the
start
side.
freaking... No, just kidding.
Pooping yourself?
No.
I'm gonna pay to rent them out, whether I come back or not in 3 days. That's not their problem.
Well, that is their problem, Zero.
Looks
Arthur.
like you've been busy.
Yeah.
Arthur.
She's actually gonna like bring the books like over like a little bit like this. Like try to be like a little discreet about it, but like.
Do I notice that or
shield
no?
maybe like shield the middle.
Actually,
book.
even if I did notice it, I don't think I'd act on it.
She's gonna shield the middle book just in case.
Yeah, Zero.
I was just saying hi.
Oh, hi.
So you're gonna pay for the
how
books
is-
or not?
Yeah, I would like to rent them.
Kid.
Arthur. Hey, Morgan.
Hi.
Yeah?
Look, kid. I know you're not gonna return those books. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Man to man. I know you're not gonna return. Or man to me. I know you're not gonna return those books. I know you're not gonna return those books. Don't even bother. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna need 30 gold up front. So you can take the books for life. Here, I'll throw in another mind. What you have there? A mind book. I'll throw another one in there. If you don't make this an issue for me.
30 gold? Give me a second.
30 gold.
1 second.
30 gold.
I'll drop 30 gold.
Thank you.
Oh, I should have bartered. Oh, wait, that's fine. Forgot that's a thing you can do in D&D. Can I barter? Can I rewind? Like a Covid?
No. And he,
I bartered.
he puts.
Speaking of, is he dead?
I don't know.
He was cutting himself.
Yeah, he bled out.
Covfeyeth.
And,
Out to the moon.
He had a
Yes.
bacon.
Go to the moon.
He's back. He's there.
Ghost.
Yes.
Bro, you gotta let me barter.
The wild
No,
reaper. The wild reaper.
Barter with me, how?
Bro, transaction's
No,
already
no.
done. You don't even have the
No,
gold
we
We
anymore.
were just checking.
Alright,
if
let
we-
me subtract
He
30
gives you.
gold.
My
He
name's
gives
Zero.
you. He gives you. Freaking. I'm turning it. What's the
Bro,
book? I'm turning it
on
to a psycho
God,
book.
It was only sus because Iroh cam laughed. That's the only reason it was sus. Zero was not laughing.
Zero's got a sharp nature.
The roll blow.
Hey, she rolled. She rolled for it.
You did wrong for it.
I'm sure.
I use
Hey,
my-
it could have
can I
been because
stab-
you were
wait,
with. Could have been because you were with Fauna, and Fauna didn't return the books last time.
But that wasn't okay. Maybe.
So Arthur,
Mm-hmm.
and Morgan actually, so, okay, two things actually. One, I left all my gold in Daelynn's bag, and right now he's with Kakku. So, I was wondering, I'll pay you back. I already had Zero pay for the other books, and I have to pay him back. But I'll pay you to rent these books for me. Arthur.
How much are they?
It's 30,
Add mine.
24 gold in total.
I'll look at my coin
no,
purse and
but
examine how much gold.
I will be. I'll pay back. I'll pay back. The second we find Daelynn.
I
can
believe
mute
you.
myself.
I believe you. His speakers. Oh no!
You cut out.
Right in the headphones. Too much.
Yeah,
I'll look at my coin purse.
What you say?
I'm gonna examine my coin purse.
Okay.
And I'll be like, and I'll pull out 25 gold and give it, and then
25? It was only 24.
Is that-
It was only 24.
I'll pull out 24.
Okay.
Say,
Oh, thank you. You could just rest it on the top.
I'll put it on the counter.
well, how was your guys's, we could talk after.
Mm.
Fauna will
What
walk
books did you get?
up to the thing. I'll tell you.
All right.
She puts the stack on.
Okay. So, what books did you get?
So, I'm gonna be getting,
Mm-hmm.
Dragonborn culture.
Okay.
Am I standing right there?
I don't know. Are you like back a little bit with Morgan still?
Well, I put the money on the counter.
Oh, you put the money on the counter. Oh.
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah.
I'll put the things down. Arthur.
Hmm?
If you wanna, actually, can you go talk to Zero? He was, I wanted him to give me the gold, right? For the, I wanted him to give me the gold for the, She actually scoots away a little bit from the desk. I wanted him to give me the gold for the things, for these books, and he said that he wanted me to give him a favor. And I was like, what's that?
Okay.
And he was like, he wanted me to cast Pass Without a Trace on him, and he wanted to go into the Forbidden Library. And I was like, Zero, that's not a good idea. We already have so many problems with the council. I don't want that reflecting on me. He can do whatever he wants, but he still wants to do it. And it's because of his smart Zero thing. He's just on this he really, really wants knowledge, and he thinks that's the best idea, and I don't think he
Really
still needs
needs
the
it.
consequences. So I was just thinking maybe you could talk with him, and maybe Morgan too. I know you guys might be able to get to him.
I'm not gonna insight. I'll do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Then I'll go to the
walk over to Zero.
I'll
Hey,
go.
bro, Arthur.
Okay. So, Dragonborn culture.
So what are you getting over here?
Oh, Morgan.
Hey.
She just thinks for a second.
Let's see here.
Just some books.
Dragonborn culture.
Actually, she takes the book back. Zero.
Yeah, Fauna?
Wanted no, not you. Zero wanted. I asked Arthur if you and Arthur could go talk to Zero about something. Arthur can tell you the rest about it. It's really important. Zero might make a really bad decision.
I'm gonna try to persuade.
Okay, make a persuasion check.
A 10?
I don't know if that's my place, Fauna. You guys seem to have your own issue. I'll just kind of hang with you. We're friends, right?
Okay. But if you
I'll
can
help. You got too many bucks.
Listen. These books are. It's a little embarrassing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like embarrassing. What book could be embarrassing? It's a book. Is it like
You know.
like learning to potty train or something? Like not for you, obviously, but like something of that caliber.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Look, Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could benefit from this too. So look, I'm getting. Look, I'm trying to understand
Dragonborn?
Arthur a bit more. I'm trying to understand Arthur a bit more because I know that he's been having trouble with the council, and I really am doing this in best interest. But I know this might look weird. I'm not trying to do this as like a flirt thing or learn about him. I'm really just trying to learn his emotions. I know that you might have a thing with him, and so.
No, there's nothing but friendship between me and Arthur. Look, Fauna, we're friends, okay? Nothing. We're girls, girly pops. You don't have to do anything. Nothing like this is gonna matter to me. Here, this book, and this book, and this.
And she'll take Fauna will take the Born to Love, and she'll make sure that she grabs that one. Before, if she didn't get to see it, Fauna will make sure, because Fauna knew where it was in the stack. It was in between Space Continuum.
Make roll a
Sleight of hand.
make a
Sleight
sleight
of
of hand check. Gonna get sleight of hand.
Yeah, it was in between. It was
Sleight of
past the
hand.
Dragonborn books. It was after the Kakku Beaumont one, bro.
You're getting pressed.
17, bro. 17. 15 plus 2.
You
That's
get
a
it
good
on
roll.
in her eyes. She's okay. She gets this one. And she puts them out. And that one. And the cashier says, "Okay, are these to buy or to rent?"
These are to rent. Here's the gold. 24 gold.
Will you bring them back?
Yes, I'll be bringing them back. And I'll make sure that the other books get back to.
They're his now. He bought them. But, alright. Well, very well. Opens the drawer, puts the gold in. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Fauna will actually take the Born to Love and like put it in her the hoodie that she has, the robe.
Okay.
Arthur bought.
Sure.
Okay. Let's go. She'll walk over to hear the conversation, I guess, where they are with.
Before Arthur comes to me, what was the free book I got?
The Psycho.
Psycho.
That dog shit elf one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay. Arthur.
Yeah.
How was your? Oh, you're talking to Arthur. Zero.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I'm just walk up
should
and
I start
listen
with
to
Zero?
where they are. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
0.
Yeah, Arthur?
I hear you're going to do something stupid again.
What?
What
Is that true?
What is an
Bro, Fauna's trying to preserve
Bro,
our
you-
connection.
Fauna just didn't want to see her porn book. That's all it was.
Are you planning on sneaking into the Forbidden Library?
Is that what Fauna said?
I heard it.
I don't think you were hearing.
What?
Did Fauna say that to you?
I just know it. Does it matter
Well,
where I
you
heard
weren't.
it?
You when I said it, you weren't here. I don't believe. Unless it was
Whatever.
earlier.
No, yes, Fauna told me.
Yeah.
Why? Do you have an evil stepmother to kill?
No.
What could be your reason?
Well, knowledge that's, gatekeep sort of. Probably the best knowledge to learn.
What kind of knowledge?
I'm not sure. I haven't been there yet.
So you want to sneak into the Forbidden Library and take your time looking around?
Yeah. Well, for
You don't
now, I
want to go
got
there
a
with a
couple of
plan,
those.
or
Well, I had a plan, but
which is what?
for Fauna to use that thing of hers to help me get
Well,
around.
right, but when you're in the library, you're gonna have to take what you want and assumedly run, not peruse
Well, it
around
would-
for books.
I think it'd be a time limit, no? And I would have I would get out the same way I got in.
But if you don't know what book you're looking for, it's gonna take you significantly longer.
Yeah.
So what knowledge do you seek?
I'm not sure.
Well, it
I
doesn't
don't know
seem
what a
like
forgotten library would have. Have you? I heard you. That's where I found out about the Forgotten Library. You were in there one time.
Yes, I wasn't reading. I was occupied.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of weird-looking people in there, though. I say going into the Forbidden Library, even with Pass Without a Trace, is extremely stupid. But if we do another favor for the council, maybe you could go in.
And
Or
the
favor for...
council doesn't seem to need anything. At least with
Well,
Kakku.
Do something that they
Sure.
don't know they need.
Do you have an idea?
Something in their territory. Killing Esmeralda, maybe. That's my plan.
I love Arthur, bro.
Esmeralda.
Mm.
She's here.
Oh, right. Kakku uses scry, and she was on the back of a black dragon flying south.
South
With
of Castle
Malachi.
Lanes. Malachi.
Yes, the one you're looking for.
And just south of Castle Lanes.
Yes. I think. I don't know. Somewhere north, maybe not even on this continent. I don't know where they're going.
They're north? Wait, I
Or
thought they were...
south.
Yeah. Why would they be there? From what I heard, they were at the Black Marsh. Or at least Malachi.
Well, that's maybe where he usually is. If I knew why they were going to the south, I would be there. I wish I knew. Listen, I'm not your parent, okay? You can sneak into this forbidden library, and you can get caught, and we can never talk to the council again. Or you cannot do that.
Would I be caught?
Definitely. When I was down there, there were at least 12 guards just on the stairs.
What if I was a bat?
You would have to be invisible to not be seen. A bat would be very noticeable on a small staircase filled with guards.
What time of day did you go?
I don't know.
It was
What time of
daytime.
day was it?
It was in the day. Because it was after we talked to the council. It was during
The daytime.
Would there be that much at night?
I no doubt.
Well, I wouldn't go right now. I have a lot to read. Oh.
Good point. Save the sneaking around until you can completely vanish. And then, do what you need to do.
Alright. So are you going to Esmeralda?
I don't know where she's at.
You just told me.
Well, I know she's southbound on a dragon. I don't know where she's going. You went to talk to Kakku, didn't you?
Daelynn.
Did he say where she's going?
Around now.
No.
You.
No.
Enter the library. You guys notice he, Daelynn, a little sweaty. Pushing through the library, or coming through the library doors. Kakku right behind him, actually.
Wait.
Tie,
when I see Kakku, can I talk to Arthur real quick?
You're already talking to Arthur.
Talking to Arthur.
Do you mean you want to get more words in before you bust in?
Before I want to see him before our conversations. I want to say something like when I see Kakku.
Okay, well,
like
you
when he
just saw
walks
him
into the
enter.
door. Yeah. Okay, so say it.
Yeah, I just don't want to cut to some. Okay. Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
Daelynn seemed very interested in this upcoming event.
What event?
But because of our last meeting, my fault as well. I don't know if we'll be invited anymore. It's sort of this royal event with a bunch of.
Oh, Kakku. Hey. Daelynn.
What royal event?
I believe it's called the Butterfly Masquerade.
Masquerade? What? When is this happening?
It was at the end of the month. And I believe, not to sound rude, you caused the most disturbance. So if you were to apologize, I would see it as our best way.
Right.
Hello, Cecilia.
Yeah, I'll think on it.
How are you doing today, Cecilia? Great, Kakku, great to have you. Are you here for the? Yes, it's my signing. I'm gonna sign for the day, and then I'm gonna head back home.
I turn around and look at Kakku.
And then for the day, I will. After that, if you're interested in.
Hi, Mr. Beaumont.
Going for a anything, just let me know. But yes. It may be a pleasure, Mr. Beaumont.
Professor
Zero.
Beaumont! And she'll reach into the thing, and she'll, I guess, kind of rearrange them until this one's at the top, and she'll... It's the Kakku book.
Well, I'm glad that you have a wonderful taste. In fact, here, can I see that book, please?
Yes.
No way.
Takes the quill off the
Vandalism.
desk and puts it in.
The library has to pay you back. What is that?
I'll say as he's like signing it, would Daelynn have been able to see the title of it?
Daelynn, I'd say Daelynn's right next to him, so yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
you probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Did
I'll
Fauna
say,
rent out yet?
as
She paid.
Kakku handed the book back and say,
Space-time continuum is what it says. With Kakku, like, young.
I was say like Daelynn kind of like peeks over and as Kakku hands it back to Fauna, he'll go, Fauna, did you rent or buy that?
I rented it, but we have it for 3 days if you want to read it.
Actually, Daelynn will kind of like look at Kakku and then kind of,
Yes.
if you wouldn't mind, I'll cover the extra costs to buy it. I'd like to keep it around.
Fauna's nodding her head.
Cecile?
It's just it'll be an extra 2 gold.
I'll pull out
That's
2 gold.
That's not true. If you'd like to
What?
buy
How
it,
much is it?
that'd be an extra
Plus 5?
5 gold.
Oh, so it's 8.
Well, 3 more gold, and I'll just sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sell it back. I have a signed autograph. How much is this?
Yeah.
That's true. That's gotta be like
All
a
right.
discount.
Well,
Thank you, Kakku.
of course, Fauna. Zero. Daelynn.
Hello, Kakku.
Noxtress. Anything you'd like to say?
Thank you for helping.
Well,
Arthur.
just doing my due diligence. It's the button in his jacket.
I don't know if Daelynn was to ask you about. I'll talk to you. It's
Arthur, yes, I'll tell you everything later.
okay.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day in the great grands.
Kakku, about the book.
Mm-hmm.
She'll kneel down.
So about the book. When do you think you're gonna do that thing? Or should I come in like in 2 days or to?
Give me some time. I'll tell Daelynn when it's
Okay.
rad.
Okay. Thank you.
Everybody wants something.
Just
Everybody wants something from you, but they never ask you like how you are. Anyway, Daelynn, I had a joy learning with you, or teaching you today. There might be some more in the future.
Thank you,
Of course.
Professor.
Discordia. And he goes up the stairs towards his signing, or I guess behind the stairs towards his signing, or his books, or.
Daelynn, can I borrow that or can I reach into your bag?
Oh, sure, of course.
She'll reach out and 17 gold. She'll give to Zero. And she'll reach in. Let me see.
24. Oh.
24 gold. She pulls out 24 gold and she gives it to Arthur. I am low.
But.
Fauna, are you okay to give all of this back?
Yeah.
And also, sorry.
And
one thing. Real quick.
here's Daelynn. You can read the space book.
Gotta insight that. I gotta
Taiga.
insight her saying she's fine to give it all back.
Go for it. Taiga, where did you say you were going to go? You're just gonna look for them wherever they were. You and Covfeyeth?
They said the end.
The inn. Okay.
16.
16.
Do I roll? Because it's an insight check. So what are you inciting? Whether
if
I
you're
have enough
lying?
gold
Yeah.
or
If you're
whether
lying-
I'm fine with giving you the gold.
When I was saying, are you fine to give this all back? I'm asking, do you have enough gold where it's okay that you can give this back without like
Oh.
being broke?
Fauna confidently says yes. I don't know if that's. I could roll a die for either persuasion or deception.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So she doesn't have much gold, but she definitely feels like it's nothing to her. Is the vibe you get?
I'll take out 4 gold pieces. I'll say, just keep these.
Oh my
Please.
God.
Just keep these.
It's fine, Arthur. It really is.
It's okay. Just
Thank you.
call it repayment for everything you do for all of us.
While that's happening, I was gonna say Daelynn will be at the desk asking where the rest of Kakku's books are.
If you're looking for the Kakku signing, it's gonna be. You could follow Professor Beaumont. It's gonna be behind the stairs.
Will his books be up there as well?
Yes, all of his. Well, his. Are you looking for the specific books?
Just general.
It is a special Professor Beaumont day, so his books will be around that's his signing table. But
Thank you. Daelynn will disappear upstairs immediately.
Okay.
Following off screen, he's buying a bunch of books. All right. So...
Hey Arthur. Could you hold my books for me?
Or what?
I want to see if I get a beginner magic book.
And why am I holding your books when you do this?
Because you're the closest to me. And you're really strong, I think.
I'll hold 3 of them.
Morgan.
I'm gonna go buy a book myself.
yes.
Oh. Here, put the books back. I'll just put them at the desk.
Just give me the books. I'll take the
I'll
books.
give them all 7.
I wanna.
I'll follow Daelynn.
If I'm carrying the books, I'm looking through them just to see what titles 0 would buy. What all were there again?
He's got Tiefling, he's got Dwarvish, he's got Tiefling, Dwarvish, Infernal, Dwarvish, Gnomish? No.
Bro, the word tiefling fucking burns in my mind.
Is Infernal?
Infernal is Tiefling.
No, it's not the
Oh,
same.
Infernal's.
Yeah,
Okay.
Infernal's Tiefling.
Yeah.
He has Draconic
He
as
got,
well.
he
if
got
I'm
an
not
Infernal
mistaken.
book. He got a Draconic book. He got a Dwarf book. He got a book. He got 2 books on the mind. He got a book about dragons, and he got a
That's
book
in Draconic.
about. And he got a book about it's pets. Yeah, pet book.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask the woman at the front desk. Where are the books written in Draconic? Storybooks.
Written in Draconic. That's probably gonna be in the language section under D. You might find some books there. It's that way.
Weird. Is there adventure books? Weird question.
Adventure books mean like how to adventure, or like
No,
story
not
books?
a tutorial.
How?
Yeah, like a storybook.
Tutorial?
like a storybook. That's probably gonna be in the same section like directed you choose there.
Okay. And then he's gonna put the Draconic books on top.
Okay.
Just because he was like, oh, okay. And then he'll walk to them.
Okay.
Also, I don't know
Fauna's just
what's Morgan
standing
doing.
there with
What
Morgan.
Morgan's doing.
Morgan will just hang with whoever's
That's
at
me.
the yeah.
I'm just at the door, so.
Yeah. She's just gonna go there. Everybody has something to do.
I know. Tell me about it.
She has 8 books in her hand.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, really.
So 0 went with Daelynn. Daelynn, for the sake
Fauna
of
will talk about the excursion.
for the
with
sake
Morgan.
for the sake of brevity, of the library arc, Daelynn, you find every Kakku book out there. There are some storybooks. There are some that are, learn the history of Arcana, which Fauna, Brenton.
Kids book.
Mostly just going to be interested in the magic ones, really, like
Right.
the more textbook level than actual story or anything like that.
Kakku has published a series of textbooks. What did I say? Conjuration 1, 2, and 3. There's also History of Arcana. He's made a couple on some of the other things.
Is there perhaps a sale going on?
It is Kakku Day. So
Ooh, let's go Kakku
there
Day.
is there would be a sale. So I will say add 2 gold back to your
Yes.
thing, Daelynn.
Let's go. Come on.
All right.
Oh wait, he gets 2 gold back. No.
Yeah. And just for the sake of brevity, like you said, obviously I'm gonna ask Kakku to sign them. But how much would it cost for like the textbooks, just in general, all of them? We can list off.
To get the textbooks, I mean to buy them outright. It would normally be 5 gold each, reduced to 250. We'll call it 2 gold, 5 silver per book. So if you got, I don't know what book you'd be looking for, but I don't know if you got the time book. He's got.
The time book, I got that from Fauna already, so don't do that. I'll get the first Conjuration.
Okay.
And then the Arcana. Let's just say I want to spend like 30 gold max.
30 gold max. Okay, so 2 books of Kakku's will be 5 gold.
Okay.
Oh god.
He's got books on the schools of Evocation, Divination, and Abjuration.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm buying 14 books. So
okay.
Because that's 30, right? Right? Do
that's
my math
3.
right?
Yeah.
2. Yeah. So it's 14 books going in that bag of holding. I
okay.
promise you.
So
are you buying or renting?
We can do this specific. Oh, I'm buying.
Yeah.
These are
so
staying with.
What I'll probably say, Kakku maybe just has 14 books. So you got the history of Arcana. I'll say you can get Abjuration 1, 2, and 3. You can get Divination 1, 2, and 3. You can get Conjuration 1, 2, and 3. And Invocation 1, 2, and 3. Which would be 13 books.
13. Perfect.
And then he can get the kids' book if he wants. With autobiography.
What is that? Is that the last thing that's left? Is a kids' book?
He has like 2 or 3 kids' books left. The kids' books are a gold each.
I just say, Daelynn would look at him and kind of like, smile.
That's it. Okay. So you can go ahead and
then pop them all down in front of Kakku. Would you be willing to sign all these?
So this is about maybe like at the current moment, maybe like 10 people around Kakku, like at the current when he's watching, and you come and you play from down. He's like, sure, no problem, sure. And he begins to sign maybe. And the first one like makes a little message. Then by the time he gets to the last one, he just signs his name.
It's not even like a real. It's just a
mark.
C. It's a big old C.
And sends that your way. I want to see you also buy that. So just mark off 30 gold. Zero. You said you're looking for.
I was gonna go to Kakku and ask him a question.
Okay. So you get to Kakku and yes, Zero as he's signing Daelynn's
people.
books.
Hey Kakku! Oh my gosh, you look so awesome today.
Thank you.
Do you have any books you might have written or know about for learning magic? I don't know any.
Yes, I have multiple books about learning magic, but they're for specific schools. I don't know if you want I don't know if you want a specific one or.
Daelynn is there with the stack.
Kakku, can you please sign this?
Of course.
What would you recommend to learn first?
I would recommend. Thank you. I would recommend probably some conjuration, making stuff appear would be interesting. I've got Conjuration 1 right here. If you want that one, 250.
Oh. 250.
Yes. 2 gold,
Okay.
50 silver.
Can you please write happy birthday?
5 silver. 5 silver.
Why are you writing on a bunch of books?
Well, I'm a famous author when it comes to the arcane books. Thank you. So today I said I was going to sign a couple books. I do this like a couple times a month. Thank you.
Why would anyone want that?
Because I'm famous, Zero.
Can you write happy birthday to my son, please?
Of course, sir. Of course, sir. If that's all, Zero, I have work to do. Thank you.
Can you write a picture of a sandwich on this one?
Here.
Just a triangle.
So what does the sandwich look like?
He drew a square with round edges. No,
that's not really. It's not really
like a square, but
I get you. Yeah.
He doesn't even hear Zero's thing. He just keeps going, "Thank you very much."
I'll say.
And then signs the last one for Daelynn, and here you go.
I'll do
the whole time he's signing Daelynn's as well.
Master Daelynn, look what book I got. I got Conjuration 1.
Well, we'll go over it together then, and I'll pull out, kind of like through the copies and pull it out.
Oh, you got one too?
We'll go over it together then. Yes.
You got one too?
Yes, I did. We'll go over it together, but let's get out of Professor Beaumont's hair, and I'll kind of like, as they all just disappear into the bag of holding.
You see some more people coming in from the back. Hey, some kids.
They're little Kakku Beaumont stuffed animals.
Yeah.
Did these people walk through the door?
They've been coming in and out.
They've been camping like.
But
it hit that time when he came in. He probably came in 5 minutes early before the signing.
Yep. So Arthur, you said you're looking for something.
Yeah, Brevity, if you just want to go to the Draconic section, he's looking for anything with like a knight or like a wizard on it, or anything like, it's like something that's like a child story book, but maybe like a step up, like it's a chapter book. You know what I mean?
Okay. You find a couple books. You find one book called Born to Love, with these two dragonborns we're kind of embracing. You find 1 through 7 of those. You find
2 through 7. 2 through 7.
Yeah, 2 through 7. He finds 2 through 7.
2 through 7.
You find the Dragon Knight, which is this dragon, like a dragon clad in armor.
It's done. Like, it's done. He's picking up the Dragon Knight. Easy.
You find a book called Slayer of Dragons.
Dang.
You
find
find
a band here.
Yeah. You find there are a bunch of books about fighting dragons, dragons fighting dragons, dragons fighting.
If I'm looking at the cover, which one is like, what's on the cover of a couple of them?
There's one of a dragonborn knight holding his blade like this. There's one of a dragonborn fighting this creature with this large mouth, an eye in the middle, and a bunch of different eye stalks. In like this like dark cave looking. There's this one with this dragonborn. And he's looking around as a bunch of slimes are kind of coming at him.
That one's good.
The one with the clear beholder on it, is he the one who's clad in black mail?
Well, look, it's silver armor.
Okay, silver mail.
Just about every time you see a dragon on there, it's a dragon with silver armor.
All these books only have dragonborn MCs.
Well, it's because
the dragonborn section.
I know that.
Yeah.
They're all in Draconic, but what? No other Draconic authors on any other race.
The ones that are written in common have human MCs. So
is that how it'd be like?
That's a Gnomish has Gnomish MCs because it's their audience.
All right.
In fact, there's a war happening outside my door. He'll get the one with the beholder.
Okay.
Supposed beholder.
Yeah.
And then he'll, if you want brevity's sake, I'll just freaking rid the gold from my inventory and I'll buy it.
Okay.
Long library
story book. This is gonna be 4 gold.
All right, 4 gold, easy.
To buy or to rent?
Oh, to buy it.
Yeah,
What is the name of it again?
The name of the book is The Adventures of The Adventures of Axio Powers.
AXIO.
AXIO.
I bet.
Axio's kind of crazy. That's a crazy.
Wow, so the Kayne Temple is looking pretty nice. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, I guess. Yeah.
You're not really feeling it?
I mean, it's fine. It was just kind of chilly, you know.
Yeah. No, you're not big. You don't feel like the other Kaynites to me, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm not like most girls. But with that being said, I guess I'll wait for Daelynn to come back. But they're everyone having their stuff. What you guys like to do next? Is you can be back by the door. This library has quickly become somewhat crowded.
Kakku.
In my notes, I wrote hour-long library session. By the way.
Yep.
Kakku.
Where's Kakku?
Okay, as you guys come back together, by the door, what would you guys like to do next? Everybody but
Kakku's
Taiga and
up
Covfeyeth.
Should we? Should
We're
we
all
go?
together.
I still have Zero's books then.
Mm.
I'll pick them up.
Zero, your books.
Thank you.
But I'll hand it all over, but 2, and then I like fan them out. I say, Draconic books. You know Draconic?
No, I'm trying to learn it, so I can read that one right there.
And I'll pull out my little night book that I just got. And be like, when you learn a little bit, this is an easier book if you want to read this.
And what is
Meant
that?
for a storybook. It's in Draconic. Now open it. Show it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If you have any questions, let me know, and I'll hand him the 2 books.
Grammar is hard in Draconic.
As we're all together, Daelynn will activate his sending stone. Taiga, Covfeyeth, are you there?
They're here.
They're here.
No,
my bad.
No, they're not here.
No, we're not here.
Yeah,
Hey,
the love keep,
We're
right?
coming.
Oh, never. I asked Brandon. I was like, "Are we all here?"
Well, everyone was at the library.
Talking to.
Oh.
Use your context clues, bro.
Come on, Kayne.
Taiga, Covfeyeth, are you there?
Yes, we're here.
We all just met up at the library and we're finished up. Where are you at?
We're. Are we still in the?
Are we just we're on our way to them? Maybe.
That's what I was asking earlier. I don't know if you guys went back to the inn, or if you guys
I thought
just
you said you went to the inn. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
You know what?
I
Let's just say
figured,
just say we're in the inn. Let's just say we're in the inn. Yeah. So we can just meet. Yeah.
So you said you're in the
I haven't really shopped yet. It's so bad.
Are you guys in?
He disappears.
Are you guys in the? Oh wait, Dale, he's not even here.
You just got erased. What just happened?
Now I'm Daelynn.
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
No, you're
Oh,
Taiga.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Zero's
hello.
Hello
What?
there.
Now I'm Fauna.
Are you
Well-
guys still in the shopping district?
We're at the library at the moment, but if you're at the inn, we'll be heading back to you.
All right, sounds good.
What time is it?
It is currently, honestly, it's been a long time. I'm gonna say it's probably
It's been-
pretty
yeah,
late.
it's like 5.
Maybe
It's,
like
I want to say
a
pushing
hot
7.
minute.
I want to say it's like 7 pushing.
That's
8.
good.
It's like we'll call it
7:45.
7:45.
Been a long
Only
day.
took us like an hour.
43.
Dalen.
43. And 63 seconds. Wait. 63 seconds.
63.
Yeah. Sorry, my count's a little off.
Dalen,
Oh, yes.
in case we head out and then tomorrow or whenever, I'd like to do all my shopping tonight.
That's fine. Do you mind if we meet up first? And
Yeah.
just as
I
a
don't mind.
preamble to what I've been told from Kakku, to you, Arthur, as well. And I'm holding the sending stone the whole time I'm saying this. Just to give a basic description of what I've been told from Kakku. Esmeralda more than likely doesn't have everything she needs, and the ritual itself will take a lot of resources and some time. It's not something that's going to happen, assumedly within the next few days.
Okay.
So we should talk, and we have a little bit more time, I think, than we originally thought.
I can come and I think me and Taiga can come and meet you guys out there because I would like to look around a little bit as well.
Sure, we can meet and shop then, and I'll go over everything. Can't take this
Also,
anyway.
I'm starving.
He ate like at what,
Shopping.
5, 4?
Yep.
Well.
Oh yeah, I never ate my sandwich. I'm gonna start eating my
It
sandwich.
is cold and soggy.
Soggy.
Don't worry, Taiga still got his, bro.
How far away is the Love Keep?
He's
from here?
he's studying that. baby.
About 45 minutes.
45. Well, if
45.
you want to meet up halfway, we'll head towards you, have a brief discussion of everything I've gone over in more detail, and then we'll do whatever shopping and everything else we need to do and decide then after what the plan is.
All right, perfect. We're on our way.
Where are we going, Covfeyeth? What did they say?
We're going to the shopping district. They're gonna explain a lot more about what Kakku said and finish up some shopping. We can go as well. I would like to look around for a little bit.
Okay, let's do
Brandon?
that.
With it, it's almost 8, right?
Oh, yes.
Would I know? Actually, I'm just gonna message you. I'm not gonna be cryptic.
How will I
Alright.
know?
I'm not gonna be cryptic. I'm just gonna start calling it out and then immediately message you.
Yeah, what?
His attention. I meant cryptic for him. Like I didn't want to like dance around the point. Let me just message him.
I'm gonna eat my grilled cheese.
Tonight, am I gonna be okay tonight?
It's the full
or
moon. I'm turning into a werewolf.
am I gonna get destroyed again tonight?
That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah, you're kind of funny.
I did not say it like that.
Zesty, dude. Holy crap. He's
Will Kayne himself smite me tonight?
Dude, you know what's hilarious is that Smart Zero is just Cam, so he often says words that don't exist, which is hilarious.
What'd I say?
You said "roten," by the way. You for something that you wrote. You instead of you saying it's something I've written, you said I've wroten it. So that literally just doesn't exist.
That's like it's Zoomer fucking knowledge. It's not.
Did you see what I sent you, Kane?
Kane?
King?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as you guys exit the library, the rain has stopped. Though the sky is still, as the sun has already begun to go down, the sky is still a little cloudy, but the ground is fresh, and with the smell of freshly dropped rain. The puddles are there, and yeah. So what are you guys going to do? Where are you going?
Yeah, what are we doing, guys?
Wait, did we meet up with you guys yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I say when I talk to Covfeyeth, and just kind of explain briefly, but they're going to meet us halfway. Apparently, they have some shopping they'd like to do at the shopping district. So we'll meet us halfway and then have a brief discussion about everything, and then do shopping.
How late do the shopping shops stay open for?
Do I need to roll for that one? I have been to the city quite a bit.
I will say, I'll allow this one to be a no. Especially with keen mind. I'm going to say they close
This is keen mind.
around like most of them close around 10, 11.
Well, we should have a couple more hours, I think, depending on the place, 10 or 11.
Oh, wow. The city never sleeps.
Yes, well,
Big apple.
definitely.
The clock's so late.
Where's the bean? Sorry, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. That's stupid.
We're going to shop?
Yes, yeah, but first we'll have a brief discussion. I think everything with Covfeyeth, then the information from Kakku needs to be divulged first.
And are we all gonna ask questions to Taiga?
Yes, we should.
Okay.
Well, let's head out.
Well, if we start walking, I want to like tap down on the side and be like, can we fall back a little bit?
Sure. And then
I'll just fall
slow my
back behind
pace.
everyone. I want to go like pretty far away from them,
15 feet.
like 30 feet. Like I have my back.
A whole type of movement, okay.
yeah, that's right.
That's about how fast they is.
Whole 6 seconds, man.
Guess I'm talking with Morgan.
Daelynn, what time is it?
It's close to 8. Arthur, the last time you asked me.
He'll hold up his finger. I need you to let me know when it hits 11.
Okay.
And then I'll separate myself, and I'll be back in an hour. Or 2.
So Arthur, what's...
Fitting music.
Okay,
I think you're talking
was
about
Arthur...
Was yeah, I know. True. Was Arthur?
I haven't had the music bot on the whole time because we had a different music bot.
What's Arthur
Oh
look
my
like when he's
God.
saying this? Can I see his face?
It's just a serious face, like.
So I can see his face and stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't have his helmet on right now.
He wasn't rolling around with a helmet in the library.
No. He's
just the great shield.
It's just a flat face.
Okay.
Maybe his eyebrows are furrowed a little bit, like it's more serious.
Well, I'll definitely let you know, Arthur, but, you owe me some explanations, I hope you know. Because
Oh.
I don't know.
What do you want to know?
What I want to know is why you want to know the time. But I don't want to pry at the same time. The last time you asked me that, you were writhing in pain on the ground, so I don't know, Arthur. Maybe I want to understand.
Then you know why I'm asking the time.
I know what'll happen. I don't know why.
That's why I need to know the time. So I won't be around others.
I understand if it's gonna happen, I guess.
What more do you want to know?
How can I not be concerned for you, Arthur?
Because it's happened before and I'm still here.
That doesn't change the fact that it's clearly agony.
You're such a whore. Agony. Wait, say what you said again.
It doesn't change the fact that it's clearly agony.
Pain's a part of living.
I agree, but not that. I don't do that.
It's a part of my living.
The music, bro.
I know.
Dude, I thought we were going stomping, bro. Okay,
No, it's good. This shouldn't take
I'm
too much
about
longer, I don't
I'm
think.
about to die, Daelynn. It's so beautiful.
Daelynn, I'm gonna be in agony.
Logan, is this how Arthur imagines death?
With this music?
Yes.
Bro, it's the waiting. It's like the whole music.
This is the elevator to the I know.
All the Kayne worshippers, yeah, death!
He's just
Elevator
standing
to
with
hell.
Kayne, as like he's like the bellboy at the freaking elevator as they go down. This starts playing.
There's one guy playing bossa nova next to Kayne, dude.
You know, Logan, this is Sonic music.
Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder I hate it. God.
It's kind of weird. The elevator opens to caramel dancing. Well,
if you ask me more specifically, I'll answer what I can.
well, I don't know what to ask, Arthur. I can't tell you that I haven't noticed things. And I know
Such as?
you know I know. Like that you don't sleep sometimes. And I don't know if you're just pushing through, or you don't care, or what. And sometimes, and I'll say if we're like close, is your helmet like on your belt?
Yeah.
I look down there, I kind of lightly, like, just barely knuckle it, so it kind of just barely rings. Say, sometimes you won't take that off.
What's your question, Daelynn?
I wish I knew. My question then, can you tell me why that happens?
Which part?
All of it. Is it all for the same reason, I guess, is what I'll ask.
Yes. And, you know this, but I'm telling you, and not the rest. So, I would like the information to stay between us, whatever is said here. But, yeah, it's so peaceful. It's so peaceful.
I thought this was gonna be so much shorter.
Sounds like Mario Kart for some reason.
Yeah.
What?
Like, it just reminds me of Coconut Mall.
Listen, dude, let me change the music.
No.
No, it's a banger,
It's not
bro.
a big deal. It doesn't have to be tonally. It's not
Banger,
that
it's a
crazy
banger.
tonally dissident. It's not like we all got like in a big
Let's
old
just finish
fight
it.
with
Let's
like
just
the
finish
fur
it.
whale music. Yeah.
It's connected. That is all I can answer for now. Time will tell.
Time again. Fine.
Your specialty.
Unfortunately.
Just grinning.
Okay.
I'll just chuckle and kind of like, I'll tell you.
Pat him on the back. Thank you.
Hey, one last thing.
Hmm?
I'm asking you as a friend. If we see Kakku again, just... I know you thanked him, and that does mean something, but even if you don't want to, apologizing would go miles to repairing things. Giving a little ground means that they can meet you there. Maybe you don't have to be sorry for why you did it. Maybe you can just be sorry for what happened, the effects of it.
For you guys, I will apologize. I won't apologize for why I did it. I'll apologize that it happened.
That's all I ask. Thank you.
And Daelynn will, like, kind of slightly increase pace so we're not falling behind. Catch up
We'll
with the
catch
group
up.
and continue.
With some time, unless anyone has anything else to say, you guys reconvene with Covfeyeth and Taiga.
We're walking towards him just.
Yep. You guys, finally everybody is back together in the life district or in the shopping district.
Hello everybody.
How goes the reading?
Great.
Very. Speaking
Oh.
of,
Wow,
That's a lot of books.
Fauna, I think this is yours.
I feel like I should wash it first.
Yeah, that might be smart.
well, if it helps, it's technically a different dimension, so it didn't touch anything.
Well, then the...
Yeah, put
Technically.
Put the books in.
Actually.
And
Different dimension.
she'll slip out the book from her her coat and put that one.
Bruh.
In front of everybody, by the way.
And then
No,
I'll
it's
just
just
say,
kind of turns. puts it in.
Yeah.
Daelynn will just kind of like walk over and start handing you stuff then.
Oh yeah, she'll just open.
Okay.
Can you just think all of Fauna's items and then it all starts falling out, or?
If I turn
don't
it
know,
upside
because-
down, I think it's supposed to all come out.
Yeah, I think everything comes
Yeah.
out.
That was mostly a joke. I was just gonna
Yeah, you turn
Yeah.
inside out,
So-
everything shoots out.
hundreds of pounds of crystals.
What would the inside look like
Like you stick your head in it. It
if
kind
you
of
like turned it out? If you like turned it inside out?
Couldn't breathe.
I think it would look the exact same if you turn it inside out. It would just look like the inside, right? But everything would come out inside of a bag.
I guess. But when you look inside the bag, it looks like you're looking into like space.
Nothing.
Yeah. But that's a good question. I think if you look inside out, it looks like the inside of a bag. But if you just look inside, it looks like you're looking like space. But as in the shopping district, if you guys are going shopping before the shops close, what do you guys like to get?
What shops are there?
An armor shop.
There are book about a magical bookstore. There is a magical clothes store. There is a alchemist shop. There is a weapons and armor, or magical weapons and armor shop. Then there is a magical general store, and then there is a magical gemstone store and crystals.
I would like to go to the. Actually, never mind. I'll just say it. Well, who else would like to go shopping, or are we all doing it together?
I'm going shopping.
real quick. Well, one of us isn't here, so I can't really go into an in-depth explanation. Let me grab him real quick, sorry, because I just want to go over everything real quick before everyone runs off to the shoppings. Because I'm limited on real life time.
Yeah.
I can talk to Daelynn real quick.
About 30 minutes left.
It's fine. We'll just play the guitar.
What shops were there?
Break this down. 'Cause I'm not gonna say it again.
All right.
There is a.
Sorry, man. I'm gay.
There is a magical bookstore, magical books. There is a magical clothing store. There is an alchemist shop. There is a magical weapons and armor shop, and there's a magical general store, and there's a magical crystal store.
And armor and weapons.
Yeah, I said that already.
Oh.
They're like magical.
Everything is magical.
City magic.
Yeah. You can also, I mean, there are also like normal stores and everything else, but those are like
City magic. As he freezes and it's about a jump scare.
Oh, low-key, let me check something.
Oh, if the internet just went out?
No, it's on.
You said
It's on.
You said 11:30.
It's on. I don't know what's going on.
It's 11:30.
I'm watching the back of his door. Seeing if someone
Oh,
comes
my.
in.
Should I go check if he's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might actually just be stuck in time. Oh, why not?
Mike, what is happening?
Worst case, wrap it up here. We started with shopping.
Logan comes back in. Guys, he's gone.
He disappeared. He wasn't in his room.
I'll try to shop really quick. I'll go in there, say what I want.
So it will take an hour. Is what you're trying to say.
It would take like if
Probably
all of
pretty
us,
quick.
probably 30 minutes. Oh shit, it's slow.
Where do you want to go, Cam?
Magical general or armor? I would say armor.
And if
No, I'll
it's
go,
armor,
I'll
then-
go magical general.
Okay. Because Covfeyeth and Taiga will go to the same store.
What store is
I-
Covfeyeth and Taiga going to?
Magical weapons and armory.
And
I
armor.
feel like it would be at a general store. 100%.
For the thing you're looking for, Zero, Cam?
Would it? Am I wrong?
No, I'm asking if for the thing you're looking
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
I think it would be general store.
I was thinking about.
What's
it,
the
like,
what's the consensus?
His internet went off, but he's asking for it to be turned back on. But you know who he's talking to. So.
Yeah. Worst case.
Wait, how is his turned off and yours turned on then?
Lord knows.
Because he's bigger. More cloud.
More cloud.
What is that supposed?
I'm telling him, bro. I'm telling him you said that. I don't know. Maybe because he has an Ethernet and I don't.
Maybe.
The Wi-Fi.
By the way, my parents have that app that your parents use.
What app?
It's like a blue app. I don't know what it's called. It like you go on it, you
It's
see all
like
the
a blue
devices,
app.
and you click like you can like edit what time the internet will be blocked.
It's literally AIDS.
You can jailbreak your phone, but I don't know about your PC.
Oh, you could easily jailbreak it and get past that.
And then I would be slaughtered if I was caught.
Not if you, not if you fight back.
Hey, the most
That's
important.
true. Hey, I got a sword
Hey,
somewhere.
That's true.
Or
Most
Logan
important
just keep
rule-
doing it until they can't do anything about it.
Most important
yeah,
part
until they
about
just get kicked
breaking
out of
the
the house.
rules is to make it
Yeah,
look
fair.
like you're falling.
Right.
Long?
Right.
Most important rule.
That
about
is
breaking-
true.
make it look
Classic
like you're falling.
quote. Was he talking to me in game before?
He was
Yeah.
going to. He was gonna say something to everyone in the party.
Yeah,
and then
he
went
was
to go
gonna
get
he was
you.
gonna make an
Yeah,
announcement.
yeah, yeah.
Worst
No,
case,
it's not.
if we end, this is where we end the session.
Why
Would
don't
you-
you just bring him in, Logan?
Worst case, if this is where we end the session, would you guys rather wait till next session to shop or shop off screen?
Off screen,
Off
bro,
screen.
please.
No,
What
not
do you
off
guys
screen.
do?
What?
We could wait. Yeah, no, we could do it on screen. It's fine.
Just curious.
Here we go.
I don't think we're gonna be able to hit everybody. We'll see.
He's
though.
back.
Welcome home. Welcome back.
Yo, W persuasion on dad.
I have no idea where I was.
You trying to say something to
You're
our
gonna
announcement.
announcement to the
Explain
party.
everything.
Oh yeah. So just to go over everything that Kakku told me while everyone's still here. The process, and then I'll look around. I'll secluded are we currently? Are we just kind of in the middle of everything?
Yeah,
there are less
so,
people.
right?
You are in the middle of a lot of things. It's slowing down. There's a couple people on the ground floor because people are going back to their homes. So I'd say probably about 100 people around you in the current moment.
Is there like a area we can stand off to the side a little bit more secluded?
You can duck out and go to the back side of one of the spires and just chill out.
Yeah, I'm just saying. This
Smoke
motion.
break.
Actually, let's talk about this over here real quick. Just not great for general public. Just say everyone walked over there. So just to go over everything. The process of becoming a lich is much more complicated than the letters and the files would have it made seem. First, depending on the type of lich, hundreds of sacrifices are needed per lich. So, on top of that, Esmeralda currently doesn't possess everything needed. So, my guess is if she's going south, and it seems as if though everything that she needs is north, then the only reason she would go is if there's something more, one of the things that she may not have in the south.
What's she missing?
Kakku didn't go into the many specifics in that regard, unfortunately. I can...
He said it. He said the phylactery, but it's a reliquary, right?
Actually, it's a phylactery.
Yeah.
So,
phylactery. A reliquary is a location that holds relics.
So what I think what Daelynn's trying to say is that basically there was he gave us basically a step-by-step guide. You have to have a phylactery, which is
he said it wrong. Kakku did.
Which is
I'm pretty sure he had that, right? And when I checked the files, I thought one thing stuck out as a phylactery.
The word phylactery is never used. Items that
it was
items.
But one was like there were soul crystals, and there was one thing that was like a soul like transmitter or something like that. So
I think he called it a phylactery, he said.
Something, yeah.
Phylactery.
Oh, you know what it is?
Yes, I'm fairly sure she has that already.
Apparently he said it's a thing to hold a soul. And then he said after you have that, you have to do a ritual of losing your life, and it sends your soul into the device, the phylactery. And then a few days later, he said it's returned to the body from the phylactery, I'm guessing. But he said you need a super powerful item to power it all. He said you also need lots of sacrifices. He said a couple hundred would power it, which is a lot. And then he said that there's different types of liches. So he said depending on what kind of lich you're trying to become, after that, there's other steps. And then he said that you need to find a location with super strong magic, like a ley line, which is usually a convergence of ley lines. There's lots of these, usually in the continent of Zelzibar. That was in the book that I read. And also, he said that there's probably a lot of other people that know about this problem than just us. Like people called archfays, and a lot of other people that are very sensitive to magic. Anytime that a ley line, which is basically a place of a lot of magical power from the Asha, where it all converges, like the one that you said was in the north, places like that, when the ley lines are manipulated there's a big signal that people know. And there's people called archfays that could come, or just really about anyone. And if it's a threat to them, we're not the only ones that probably know about this.
He did mention specifically that more than likely the leader of the North knew. He said, to be frank, he said that pretty much the whole North would probably know.
That's not good. If they know and haven't acted on it yet.
Well, he said that they would act if they did know, right, Daelynn?
Probably.
So maybe they will?
To be honest, we have no idea.
We're sure they do know? We know the North knows?
We don't know if the North knows, I don't think.
All that
I
Kakku
think
said.
it's possible.
Kakku said that he believed that it would be next to impossible for them to not to, simply because there'd be too many eyes on something of this much power.
And if Esmeralda has a base up in the north, it would be very noticeable for the north to know. Especially, he said, the king of the north, the ruler of the north. He said that the ruler of the north is
Jon Snow.
He said that the ruler of the north is out for crimson. And he said that he causes a lot of bloodshed, so he would know.
That sounds right. This is
I don't know anything about that, so...
a flurry of emotions.
So we head north.
I think she does have a phylactery. However, there's only 15 people missing. So if those are the people she sacrificed in her base of operations, which is under her house, or her residence that used to be my father's in Solheim, I think that might be her base of operations. And she says here only 15 people are gone, so that's good. That's not a lot of people.
So,
out of hundreds.
Out of hundreds, yeah.
To be frank, then, it sounds like we have a lot of time.
Hopefully.
And if she has to go through the process of dying, and it's at least a couple days until she comes back, this is good. We have time. There's time to grow stronger. This is good news.
Kakku made a point as well. We know where she is, which means we know where she's not. If something like this requires specializations, he said a ritual, sacrifices, places where that has to occur, we know she's not at her base. So north, I think, is best. And
we get there before her.
We can.
I don't know if that's a smart idea, guys.
Possibly. Well, it might delay her even further, if not, maybe stop the plan in its tracks, depending on what we can accomplish.
I think Arthur, he had this bundle of excitement, I think, before, and then it looks like he's in thought, and then he just kind of fades, and he's like, I don't know if we should pursue her.
Why not, Arthur?
We can stop at a lot of places while we go north.
I was told, I don't mean to derail the topic of conversation. When I went to the Kayne temple, I prayed to Kayne. He showed me a vision. He said I was walking the wrong path. He told me to forget the mortal plane and to embrace him and do his will. And I think, I don't know if I've done something wrong, or if my searching of Esmeralda is what he's talking about, but whatever it is, I have to stop. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I don't think I've been doubtful. I don't feel like I've done nothing but embrace death.
What do you feel he meant? What do you think he meant?
My path, as I could see, has been pursuing Esmeralda. Maybe. Or I don't know what else it could have been. Maybe it's not his will she's dead. Maybe it's not his will she dies. I don't...
What? Does he want hundreds of people to die? Is that the king that you worship?
I don't know what you mean by that.
He's the god of death, huh? Does he want people to die? She'll look at Morgan.
I don't know what he wants. Maybe it's just not time. He kept telling me over and over, grow stronger. Maybe I'm not ready, and that's what he means. But he said it's the wrong path. Is the right path growing stronger? Is the right path not pursuing Esmeralda? I don't know. Have I done something to slight Kayne? Have any of you seen anything? Anything?
Not that I've noticed.
Morgan?
I don't think so.
Maybe Kayne wants you to be in a different path for now.
I want to
But
kill her.
why?
I want to kill her so bad.
Well,
I want her to be gone now.
what do you think is stronger? Kayne's desires or yours?
Maybe that's the problem.
What do you think is more important to you?